What is up, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, Apple, Spotify, and everyone tuned in on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free TSU app. Today is Friday, January 9th, 2026, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, what a game in the desert. Miami survives Ole Miss, and the Canes are on to the national championship game. We will recap last night's thriller and also preview tonight's semifinal between Indiana and Oregon, plus the latest and greatest for Texas on the transfer portal. A couple of more departures yesterday, but Texas landing a couple of commitments yesterday. And there are a couple of visitors on campus right now that you need to know about. We'll also get the Bucks' thoughts on Raleek Brown, Texas's newest running back. Our running back coach will let you know about his game and tell you what the Longhorns are getting with him. We've got the NFL playoffs getting going tomorrow. We'll get the Bucks Gold Star locks of the weekend. Got some funny Reddit posts and good news for renters here in the city of Austin. Texas basketball. There's a lot to dive into. We are jam-packed, locked, and loaded on a Friday edition of Bucky and BK. We appreciate y'all starting your Friday mornings with us. Happy Friday to you, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing okay, man. I've got a little sniffle going on. I don't know. It feels more like allergies than a cold. It's there's all this stuff blowing in the air yesterday with, the winds up to 40 miles an hour up here in Dripping Springs. It was stuff blown all over the place. There's a lot of cedar out there right now. We need the rain. I was hoping it was going to rain overnight, possibly this afternoon, but my goodness, we got to get some of this stuff out. Because if we don't, it's all going up my nostrils. That's what's happening right now. And so I'm a little congested and, you get that tickle and you just want to blow your nose like every 2 minutes. So sorry, folks, if my head disappears, I'll be blowing my nose this morning. But it is it's still warm out. Still going to be another warm day today. We haven't hit that stage where it's going to be in the 40s and 50s. That will come over the next couple of days through the weekend, some 60s and 50s and high, lows of 30s and 40s, but no freeze in sight. But boy, we could use the rain, BK. Man, it's raining all over the place. California's getting rain, Idaho, places like that, raining like mad. We get nothing.
Well, are we going to get some today?
I'm going to say, yeah, this evening.
You're the weather guesser on this
show. Yeah,
it
didn't happen overnight, but I say this afternoon, late this afternoon, we should get some.
That is your job, so you got to let the people know what to expect.
Yeah, I just want to stay away from crowds. I don't want to get anybody else's crud right now.
You got to say the line, sir.
Yeah.
What's the line?
I'll never have the flu.
I'll never have the flu. I'll never have the flu.
You're absolutely right. I'll never have the flu. But that doesn't count. That doesn't count out allergies, COVID, and some of the other stuff that's out there.
Oh, okay, Kim Mulkey. You're hitting us with that line?
Yeah.
Let me see if I have that one queued up.
Oh, goodness.
Sissy, I don't have allergies. I got some kind of cold. It might be COVID, but I ain't testing.
Yeah, she ain't no sissy. You ain't no sissy either.
No, I'm still getting out there. I just don't want to give anybody else whatever I have. Basically, I'm saying I don't have anything, so I don't want it from anybody else. But if I do, getting in the crowds, you're just asking for it.
By the way, speaking of Kim Mulkey, Texas playing at LSU this Sunday. Women's hoops, the Longhorns demolishing Auburn last night at the Mood. About 97-36, the final in a Texas women's SEC basketball game last night.
Don't bring your flags and try to plant them at the court here because it's not happening.
A 61-point win for the Texas women. They've won 36 straight games at home. But this game against LSU is in Baton Rouge. Now, they will play the Tigers here in Austin later in the season, but huge top 15 matchup, Texas at LSU on the women's side this Sunday.
Oh, yeah, that should be an awful lot of fun. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you. We do appreciate what you do for us. to you and your families. Please be safe out there.
Yes, indeed. And a happy Friday. We appreciate y'all
Oh,
starting your weekends off with us.
Lots
So
of sports this weekend coming up.
Yeah, well, what a way to start the sports weekend. Last night in the desert, one half of the college football playoff Final Four. We had the 10 seed Ole Miss, the 10 seed Miami taking on the 6 seed Ole Miss, and they gave us a thriller. I mean, an instant classic. What a game, and more specifically, what a fourth quarter. How about 4 lead changes in the final 8 minutes? Miami gets the game-winning touchdown. Carson Beck rushing it in from 3 yards out with just 18 seconds left to cap off a 15-play, 75-yard drive. And then Ole Miss, with seemingly no chance at that point, felt like the game was finally over after all the twists and turns and ups and downs. Ole Miss, somehow, some way, they get all the way to the Miami 35-yard line, and they've got a legitimate shot at a Hail Mary on the last play of the game, and falls incomplete. Controversial. PI, no PI. Kind of fitting because of what happened the last time Miami played in the Fiesta Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
This time the call goes Miami's way, and the Hurricanes get a thrilling win. But wow, what a game last night, Buck. And we got 4 more days of playoff football coming up.
Yeah, I mean, the team that was the most physical team, they both played physical, but Miami's run game was just too much. I mean, that's what a solid run game will do for you. You can turn around and hand it off over and over and over. They know what you're going to do, and they still can't stop you. That offensive line of Miami's, it's going to be tough on either one of the teams that win tonight. But, boy, can they run the ball. They've got 2 runners that can just hump it inside the tackles. You know, I was like, man, they got to run something outside. They're not going to keep running in between the tackles over the center in the A-gap, and they did.
I didn't think they did it enough, Buck.
Yeah, I mean, they probably could have run the ball 10 more times, but my goodness.
I mean, Mark Fletcher averaged 6 yards a carry. They could have handed the ball off to that dude every single play, and they would have won that game by double digits, I think.
Yeah, he was special. He's a special runner inside.
Yeah.
With power. That offensive line is just road graders. They just move you out of the way.
That's what they are, and that's what Mario Cristobal is all about, right? Former Miami offensive lineman who returned home a couple of years ago to try to get that program back to what it was when I was a young kid. And yeah, for the first time in more than 20 years, the Hurricanes are playing for a national championship. Buck, I thought Miami was clearly the better team last night.
I mean, Carson Beck was good. I mean, he was really solid. They didn't let him do a lot. He did have to do a lot. In that fourth quarter, man, he threw some dimes down the middle of the field.
Well, he's 34 years old, so that helps his call.
Yeah, that's true. You've been around the college game for 16 years.
Yeah. I mean, Miami had the ball for 41 minutes and 22 seconds, Buck. You should win a game like that by 14, 21, 28. Yes. The reason the game was close was because the Hurricanes just kept pointing the gun right down at their feet.
Well, they had some penalties, some silly penalties too.
Yeah, all the Mario Cristobal stuff that I talked about, why I picked Ole Miss to win the game, that stuff happened. I mean, 10 penalties.
They overcame it.
They did. Good call by you. You had the Canes -3. They got you that late cover. But, God, I mean, false starts, late hits, targeting penalties, pass interference. They had a brutal pass interference on a 3rd down and 10 in the final minutes where Miami looked like they got to stop, but it was a PI that kept an Ole Miss drive alive, and they ended up scoring a go-ahead touchdown there. Well, how many dropped interceptions did Miami have last?
Oh, my God. The one freshman hit him dead in the hands on a big play that would put them in scoring zone, and it hit him right, both of his hands.
Yeah, there was one play where like three different guys had a chance at an interception on like one play, and they all dropped it.
Yeah, I just thought that the physicality of that offensive line, that really sets the tone for that entire football team. They talk about those outside rushers, but I think it's their offensive line that just gets them going.
I do too. I mean, that's how you hold the ball for, again, more than 2/3 of the game like that. And there were so many plays where, it looked like a run was dead after 3 or 4 yards, right, and then you just see a giant pile, and the pile would keep moving. And they
just push the pile, man. Their running back keeps his legs going. And I swear sometimes his legs off the ground, and they actually are lifting him up with like 3 guys underneath his arms and carrying him forward.
That is a physical team.
Yeah, nobody does that like Miami. I told you about that early in the year when they played Florida. When Florida had those defensive linemen that were hurt, it wasn't that they weren't at the point of attack. They were there, but they kept pushing them down the field. I mean, that one run was like 17 yards, and I swear they pushed the guy for 12 of the 17. They were just it was a push.
Crazy. And
Yeah,
they
so
have out-physicaled 2 SEC teams and a
Yes.
Big Ten team in this stretch. And, I mean, it's an incredibly impressive run that Miami has been on. And now they get the national championship game at their home stadium, Buck.
Yeah, I still think the winner of tonight wins the whole thing, though.
Yeah, for a lot of that game, I was like, we're playing for second place here. And we'll see what happens tonight with Indiana and Oregon. I mean, both of those teams are seated higher than either of the teams that played yesterday.
Yeah, because I think the defensive line of Indiana can hold up to that.
Right. Yeah, I do too. And Oregon's got the athletes to do the same thing. And I wonder, is home field advantage really going to be an advantage for Miami? Or are there going to be too many distractions with those guys being that close to campus and that close to home and getting to play for a national championship? Because, they're partying and celebrating tonight and through the weekend. Can they turn their attention and their focus on the final task at hand, the national title game 1 week from Monday?
Well, I felt bad for Mississippi. When your receiver coach isn't there and, your passing game is really important, your running back has got a bad hammy after a long run, and you've got to throw the ball down, and you don't have a receivers coach because Lane Kiffin screwed you. He showed his true colors. He went back to the Lane train late, in this week where he said, no, the receiver coach can't be there. I mean, it's like that guy didn't want Mississippi to win. He didn't want them to win the first game. He didn't think they were going to win.
Yeah, he was acting like he wanted them to win, right?
Yeah.
He was still tweeting about them, and he was tweeting the flag of Trinidad and Tobago after every Ole Miss win in honor of Trinidad Chambliss.
Yeah, he's a clown.
Yeah, I mean, look, that guy showed us his true colors 15 years ago. We've known what Lane Kiffin has been about for a long time. And, for a while, he was letting some Ole Miss assistants or former Ole Miss, now LSU assistants, stick around Ole Miss for this playoff run. And then, a couple of days ago, he decided, you guys have won enough. And you guys have been mean to me, and you've been smearing my name and talking trash and saying you didn't need me and I had nothing to do with this. So now I'm going to go ahead and do this to y'all, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, that didn't help last night.
And Lane Kiffin, for a while, it felt like was trying to get Ole Miss fans to still like him, even though the moment he took the job at LSU, that ship was long sailed. But then I think he was just like, you know what, screw y'all. Y'all aren't giving me any love or respect, no credit for this team that I put together. So now I'm going to take pretty much every offensive assistant coach you have except for one. And good luck against a good Miami team.
Yeah, that's going to be an ugly scene in Oxford next year.
Oh, week 3, early in the year.
Yeah, that's going to be ugly. I don't think there's anything that can hold that back from being anything but ugly. I don't see people having themselves under control next week at that time, especially, after this, I don't see it.
Yeah, I know I made this comparison before, but I'll make it again. Think about Chris Beard returning to Lubbock as the head coach of the Texas Longhorns and that atmosphere and all of the hype and pomp and circumstance leading up to that game. Like that's what it's going to be. College game day has to be there, right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know what other games are going on in the third week of the season, but there can't be anything as big as that, just with that storyline.
Oh, it's going to be ugly.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Extra security is going to be needed from both sides. And hell, I don't know how much the security in Oxford is going to do to defend Lane Kiffin there. That guy's public enemy number 1 in the entire state of Mississippi right now.
And he can bark about how, man, I was kind enough to let them have those coaches for that first game, but you could have been just as kind and let them do it and be there for the second one. That's just a bunch of garbage.
Oh, in his eyes, he's like a saint for doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to say, yeah, I could have taken those guys and not let them coach anything, but I, Lane Kiffin, the angel on earth that I am, was kind enough to let those guys help you win those first 2 games. So you're welcome.
I don't see that being a pretty sight in Oxford at all.
No, it wouldn't have been pretty even if he let the assistants stick
I agree.
around.
I agree.
But that just twists the knife a little bit more. And yeah, that will be crazy to watch.
And I never
Bert
knew,
Auburn,
like you said this earlier, I never knew the running back had a hamstring issue. I mean, did he hurt himself just on that run alone?
yeah, that was it. That was another big story in this game. I mean, Ole Miss's first team All SEC running back, Kewan Lacey, pulled a hammy on that long touchdown run that he had early in the game. He left, sat out a lot of the first half, came back in after halftime, but they didn't really give him the ball very much in the
No, they
second
didn't.
half. I think they had like 20 straight pass plays at one point in the game. It was like Lacey was just a decoy out there, which I thought the other running back looked okay. It's like maybe give that guy some carries if you're not even going to hand the ball off to Lacey at all.
They tried. They gave him like 3, but I'm like, give the guy an opportunity at least.
Right. Yeah. He's clearly not the back that Lacey is, but
No, but he's not that bad.
no, that's like a big part of their offense this year was balance. I mean, everybody talks about Trinidad Chambliss, and rightfully so. The run he's been on has been sensational, but Ole Miss has been a pretty balanced attack with a strong running game all season long, and they kind of went away from it in large part because of the Lacey injury, and that definitely made a difference because you want to, Ole Miss likes to go up tempo, but still, if you can run the ball effectively, you can keep the other team on the sideline. And Ole Miss just couldn't do that. They obviously scored with Miami for a lot of the game, but they were scoring quick. And that Rebel defense was, you could tell they were out of gas in the fourth quarter last night. And part of that was because, Ole Miss couldn't keep its own offense on the field.
That's for sure. But it was good. It was a well-played game, I thought.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that was spectacular theater last night.
I think we'll get the same tonight.
That's the hope. Right? Indiana and Oregon playing tonight for the second time. Of course, they met in the regular season in Eugene. That was a game Indiana won 30-20. That game was 20-20 early in the fourth quarter. Indiana had a long touchdown drive to take a lead. They had an interception, and then they had a long field goal drive to put the game on ice and win by double digits. So it wasn't like it was a blowout from the jump. It was a close game for a lot of it. Indiana, as they've done so often this year, they found a way when it mattered most to get the win. Yeah. Now the rematch tonight in Atlanta.
And what's going to happen with Chambliss? Are they going to give him his 15th year?
Oh, back to this game. He's applying for another year of eligibility.
He really is, huh?
It would be year 6. Well, shoot, Carson Beck's in year 7. So, I mean, Chambliss might have a case. If the guy on the other sideline is in his 7th year, then why not give that dude a 6th?
Man.
I mean, yeah, it'll be a big storyline. I don't know what to expect. I feel like most guys, when they apply for extra eligibility, get their waiver approved.
Yes.
So I feel like there's a legitimate shot with Tobago Chambliss to make this happen. But I think at this point, Buck, we do not know if he will return. And Ole Miss's backup quarterback, Austin Simmons, who started this year as the starter, by the way.
Yeah.
Remember, he got hurt and then got Wally pipped by Trinidad. That guy's already transferred to Missouri. So if Tobago can't go next year, then I'm not entirely sure what Ole Miss is going to do at quarterback.
Yeah.
But that's a massive storyline, obviously, around the college football world. Bert Auburn is one win away from a national championship.
There you go. Your guy.
He has been a big-time contributor to that Miami team this year. He's done a lot.
Kept that spot warm.
He has kept the bench warm. He is, maybe helped the starting kicker at times. Maybe he's gone and retrieved the balls during practice.
He's the ball retriever.
I mean, someone's got to do that, right?
Go up into the stands or get him out of the net, please.
Bert Auburn, I'm pulling up his numbers because I'll be honest, I didn't think he had done anything this year. Apparently, kicked 8 extra points, made them all. Also kicked a field goal from 31 yards and made it.
Contributor.
He is a key contributor, and if the U wins, he'll be doing this on camera next Monday.
How about that?
Give me that ring, baby. Give me that ring. Bert Auburn. Well, we dunked on his decision to transfer there because he has been a backup all season, but maybe he knew what he was doing.
Got South Beach and maybe a ring.
I was about to say, he got paid a little something to go to South Beach, got to hang out in South Beach, and get to pawn that ring off. down the line, I guess.
Come on, Bert.
If they win, they didn't win the ACC, so he didn't get a ring for that. And if they don't win next Monday, you get a ring for the Fiesta Bowl semifinal.
You can make it up. Yeah, they make up rings for everything.
They'll give it to him. And by the way, the SEC is done. It's now 3 straight years, not only without an SEC team winning the national championship, but without an SEC team playing in the national championship game.
It used to mean it just used to mean more.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much now.
And by the way, Buck, the SEC as a conference went 4-10 in the postseason. The only SEC team to beat a non-SEC Power 4 team in bowl season, that'd be your Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, that's given me the thrill that I've been looking for during this playoff season.
Well, I mean, look, disappointed that we're not in the playoffs. That won't change that disappointment. But the Longhorns kind of carrying the weight for this conference here because nobody else could do anything. I mean, your other SEC postseason wins, you had Alabama beating Oklahoma, so an SEC team beating an SEC team. You had Ole Miss beating Georgia, SEC over SEC, and then Ole Miss beating Tulane, obviously the Green Wave, not a G4 team or a P4 team, excuse me.
Just barely a football team.
Right. So Texas carrying the weight. Sorry we have to do everything, SEC. You could have put us in the playoff. That would have been nice. We would have appreciated that. That was another thought that I had watching that game last night, right? Because it was really fun and entertaining. We could have had more of those games if we just didn't put Tulane and Dolly Madison in there.
No kidding.
We could have had games like that in the first round instead of the blowouts that we got. That's a conversation, I guess, for another day, although we just had
we've had that conversation. No, that was just a waste of a weekend.
All right. Exactly. Who you got tonight, by the way? Do you have a gold star lock for the people?
Yeah, I'll have Indiana for another 100,000 unit play.
Okay. You got to deal with the hook tonight. Now, the hook would not have mattered last night because Miami won by 4. Some books had it at 3, some had it at 3.5. Indiana is 3.5-point favorites tonight against Oregon.
That's fine. They'll win by a tutty. They'll win by a tutty anyway.
Okay, you feel good about Mendoza?
Oh, yeah.
You don't believe in the old adage that it's hard to beat the same team twice in a year?
Not with this team. I think everybody in college football now understands how good Indiana is.
I don't.
You don't? You're not.
I mean, I understand how good they are, but I'm just going to keep picking against them because I've been doing it all year.
Because they're Indiana and they shouldn't be winning?
Because they're Indiana and they shouldn't be winning.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a Hoosiers fan, you should be thanking me for the run that your team has been on. Because I feel like
they just shouldn't be doing this.
The moment I pick Indiana to win a football game is the moment they are going to lose. So I'm taking the Ducks tonight. I'm saying Indiana's magical run comes to an end. And Oregon, they've got more talent on their roster, more 4 and 5 stars on their roster. I'm going to go with them tonight in the slight upset, handing Indiana their first loss of the season.
I just think the Indiana is just a little bit more physical. I'm not saying the Ducks aren't physical because they showed that last week when you saw them on defense. They were, midway during the season, their defense really picked up the pace, and they're tough enough. But I just don't see it. Another offensive line taking a defensive line and rolling them in the run game with 2 really good running backs tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Indiana doesn't have a weakness, and, God, they're just so well-rounded, and they execute at such an elite level.
Yes.
They are incredibly well-coached. Everyone knows what they're supposed to do, where they're supposed to be. They, talk about Miami shooting themselves in the foot a lot to make that a game yesterday when it had no business really being a game. Indiana just doesn't beat themselves.
No.
You got to go out there and take it from them. So it's a tall task for anybody, and it'll be Oregon's tonight. I mean, both of these teams, they could not have looked better in their most recent game, right? Indiana 38-3 over Alabama. Oregon shutting out Texas Tech. Like, these teams are playing really good football right now. For Indiana, it's been all year, and hell, for Oregon, it's been every game except for Indiana.
Yeah, I just think the running game, once again, the team that runs the ball the best, like Indiana will have 2 guys coming at Oregon's defense. Oregon's got the one kid that's okay, but it'll be all about their special athletes at wide receiver. And I'd rather turn around and hand it off to a guy like last night and just watch this guy just motor down the field, eat up the clock, make it a short game. And, those first down runs last night were killers. Those 6-yard runs, oh, my God, for Miami last night, 6 yards, 5 yards. Very seldom was there like a 2-yard run. It was always 4 or more,
Yeah. And speaking of the run game, don't forget Jordan Davison, Oregon's second leading rusher this year, a guy who actually led the team in rushing against Texas Tech, had both of their rushing touchdowns against the Red Raiders. He's out. He's hurt. Yeah. He got banged up in that Tech game. He will not play tonight. So Oregon's leading rusher, Noah Whittington, is still there. But, yeah, they are a little bit shorthanded in their running game. So that definitely helps Indiana in that department. All right. 100,000 units, by the way. That was your call?
Yes.
For?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. A real quick bit of sound from Mario Cristobal. I think he deserves it. Here is the head coach of the Miami Hurricanes following the U's win over Ole Miss.
The big man upstairs, thank God for everything always, first and foremost. Always, always, always. Secondly, I want to give a ton of credit to our players. I can't even tell you how many of our guys were sick, had the flu, had issues, and all they kept talking about was we're going to find a way, we're going to find a way. So, look, we're focused on, of course, enjoying this one, but we got to get focused on 1-0 one more time.
They had the flu?
How about that? Apparently a flu bug going around. Miami still won?
The flu?
They didn't say they'll never have the flu.
Got to keep saying it, kids. Sorry about that.
Well, that's why you don't ever get the flu. Apparently Mario Cristobal hadn't been saying it enough.
He talks about everything else.
You would think in his pregame speech you'd maybe throw that in there.
They put on quite a performance, I thought, last night. The physicality was there, but they've been playing like that all year. That's how they win their games.
Yeah, I mean, look, Miami was the last team in the college football playoff. They lost 2 regular season games and a bad ACC. They lost at home to an unranked Louisville team. They lost on the road in Dallas against SMU. Obviously, there were a bunch of people saying this team had no business being in the playoff.
Yeah.
And they have shut a ton of people up. You give them credit. Controversial decision to put them in. Look, there are a lot of people who believe the playoff should only be 6 or 8 teams. I'm one of those people. But Miami right now proving that maybe the 12-team bid is the right bid.
Except for it's going to move up.
Yeah, of course.
More money to be made.
More money to be made. I mean, some people, don't like the expanded playoff because they feel like it devalues the regular season, right? So old school college football heads are still probably annoyed that Miami's involved because, hey, you lose 2 games, you shouldn't be able to compete for a national championship. That's a separator between college football and every other sport in the world. Well, now it's not anymore. And like we've seen wild card teams in the NFL make a run and win a Super Bowl. Why? They get hot at the right time. That's what Miami has done. They got hot at the end of the regular season. They were blowing some teams out down the stretch in the regular year. And then obviously they're 3-0 in these playoffs and they're still dancing. So congrats to them. Hell of a run. They're looking for their first national championship since 2001, and they are 1 win away.
And they're going to be at home.
And he hit they are. And he hit the Tom Herman, just got to go 1-0. 1-0 one more time. I wanted to play that cut for 2 reasons. Number 1, the flu thing, so you would laugh at it. Number 2, the 1-0 thing, so I would laugh at it. He's hitting us with the Tom Herman right there. 1-0.
There you go.
All right. So there you go. Hell of a game last night. Hopefully we get another one tonight with Indiana and Oregon. We'll also get the Bucks Gold Star locks on the NFL playoffs. We'll do that in hour number 2. But in a moment, let's talk some Texas football. Want to get Bucky's thoughts on Raleigh Brown, Texas's new running back. Also, we've got the latest and greatest from the transfer portal. But before we bring things back home, how about our first round of sponsor shout-outs?
Say hello, Jay and the gang over at Sioux Patch, the incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel. Check it out. Look, I got the big stripes on today. Got my hat on. And they've got everything that you need, a wide variety of men's and women's clothing in all sizes. Sioux Patrick offers free shipping on online orders, $59 or more, free curbside pickup. And once again, folks, plenty of parking spaces at 5222 Burnett Road. For the new year, go grab that new gear. I kind of like this shirt. I'm gonna get a lot of talk today about the big shirt with the big stripe today. They've got it all. They've got the jelly cats and more. And those online orders will get to you. They get there quick, folks. You don't have to worry about waiting a week or 2 weeks or if it's going to get through the mail. Jay will get all of those to you. For more information, go to SuePatrick.com.
Absolutely love Sue Patrick. And check this out, my man.
There you go. You getting cream this morning?
Little cream on a Friday.
Good job.
The OLIPOP cream soda, my favorite, my go-to flavor of OLIPOP. They've got more than 20 to choose from, but if you like the taste of a cream soda, you are going to love this. And what separates this from any other cream soda that you've had in the past? This stuff is actually healthy. That's right. It's actually good for you. 9 grams of fiber in every can, prebiotics, botanicals, plant fibers. I don't know what those things are, but I do know they support good digestive health. So every time you drink a can of OLIPOP, you're supporting your taste buds because they're going to love it, but you're also supporting your gut health. This stuff is fantastic, and it's everywhere. H-E-B, Whole Foods, Target, Costco, Walmart, wherever you buy your groceries, you can find it. Also popping up at like 7-Eleven, and hell, they even sell this at Starbucks now.
Yes, they do.
You're spending $18 on a Venti coffee or whatever the word they use. How is it tall? It's the smallest one. What does that even mean? Get you some OLIPOP instead.
Yes, indeed. Got to have that. Botanicals, BK. Just think of roots, plants, flowers, those type of things when you think of botanicals, the botanical garden.
Well, I'm tasting cream soda this morning. That's
weed.
What I'm good for. Love the OLIPOP. Also love our friends at CentexTickets.com. So many great sporting events and concerts and festivals and shows and comedy shows. Austin's become a hotbed for comedy. If you want to see any great show, get your tickets at CentexTickets.com. Always great events going on around Central Texas. If you want to be at any of them, Centex Tickets has you covered. If you want to go see a Spurs game down in San Antonio, they've got you covered as well. Texas Stars tickets, Dallas Stars tickets up in the Metroplex. You catch my drift here. Centex 10. That's the promo code. Type that in at checkout. You're going to get 10% off of any ticket purchase anytime. Make sure when you buy your tickets, you're shopping local and you're shopping CentexTickets.com.
Sweet.
All right, Buck. Want to get your thoughts. So late in our show yesterday, the Longhorns got some good news, some rare good news from the transfer portal, as former Arizona State running back Raleek Brown committed to Texas. His first team All-Big 12 in 2025 at Arizona State, more than 1,100 rushing yards, 4 rushing touchdowns, also added 34 receptions this past year for the Sun Devils. I sent you a couple of long videos of some clips, some highlights, some film of Raleek Brown, and would love to get your expertise on what Texas is getting in its new tailback.
Well, it's getting a guy. He's not a big kid, but he runs really nice between the tackles. He runs like Wisner did between the tackles. Very good between the tackles. He's got a nice little jump cut. I don't see him making a bunch of people miss. If you give him a hole, he will figure out where the hole is. If there's an area that the play is supposed to go to, if that hole isn't open and there's one the next step over, he'll get there. One thing he does is he presses the outside pretty good. He knows when it's time to. If he can beat you outside and you don't have leverage on him on the outside, he'll get around you because he's got that kind of speed. I mean, I didn't see long breakaway runs in the film, but I saw, 20, 25-yard runs where he got loose because somebody didn't pay attention to him on the outside and he rolled around the corner. I think he has good enough strength. I just wish he was bigger. I wish he was just a little bit more physical at the point of it. I mean, and on contact, where he got you that extra 3 or 4. He's got really good balance. Now, he'll bounce off of you. If you don't grab him in the right way and bring him down, he'll spin and put his hand down and bounce and go that way. He's just I just wish he was just a little bit bigger, BK. That's the only thing.
Yeah, 5'9", 195. And
he looks like a 185, 190. Look at Jaden Blue a little bit. He catches the ball out of the backfield, doesn't have to hit him. He doesn't have to cradle balls. He catches with his hands. He does those type of things. I think it'd be great in the screen game. But I like the way he picks his holes. It doesn't have to necessarily be right there. You know where the hole is, what they're trying to do on counters and different things with him inside. And if it's not there, he'll slide over to the next because of his little jump cut. He'll slide to the next hole. Mm-hmm. But finishing the runs like a guy who's 220, he doesn't do that.
Okay, so good vision.
Yes.
Good agility.
Really good balance.
Good balance, but yeah, it doesn't give you those super powerful runs like a guy, 20, 25, 30 pounds heavier.
Yeah, it's not like you saw the guy Fletcher last night. That guy, when he hit the hole and guys came up to him, those guys got punished. The linebackers and the guys in the secondary last night, those dudes from Mississippi got punished when they tried to tackle him low.
Yeah, Mark Fletcher, 6'2", 225.
Yeah.
I would love Texas to find a Mark Fletcher out there, but there aren't too many of those.
And maybe that Terry kid, maybe that's what they have in store.
Yeah,
I
maybe.
don't see it right now, but
yeah, Michael Terry III, I think 6'3", 215.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and make him your big back because you got to find something for that guy to do. Can't keep strolling him around D back, wide receiver, tight end, fake running back. Make him your fullback. Make him your goal line guy. Slide him out. He should be a good enough athlete to catch balls out of the backfield and go head on head with a linebacker to help you in a straight up run game.
That'd be nice.
You got to find a position for him.
Sure, I'm with you on that 100%. I mean, you paid a lot of money to that kid to come play at your school, and he's a 5-star, one of the top-ranked athletes in America, coming out of the Alamo Heights area of San Antonio. I'd love to find a role for Michael Terry III. And
yeah, this guy has the ability. He's, Christian Clark. I mean, that guy will finish a run stronger than the kid that's coming now. He just because he's bigger. He's just built that way. But this guy will find some holes, and this guy does the things that I like when he just flat out. If you make a mistake on the outside, I get around you. I'm getting 5 yards. Just the fact I'm getting around you. From that point on, if you don't have the right leverage and guys aren't coming towards him, he can make an outside run into a long game.
Yeah, and more 10-yard runs, more 15-yard runs than anybody on this Texas roster this year. I mean, I think Raleek Brown is an upgrade over anything the Longhorns had in that running back room in 2025.
And who knows that? What'd you say, 195?
Yeah, 195.
That dude may put on 7 or 8 pounds.
And it's funny, I made, and I know I'm not alone on this, so I'm not going to take credit for this, but the Jaden Blue comparison, I just thought, like watching Raleek Brown, I thought he looked like Jaden Blue from a size standpoint. And sure enough, Raleek Brown, 5'9", 195. Jaden Blue at the combine last spring, 5'9", 196.
Yeah.
So basically a carbon copy in terms of stature. And then, I mean, I think Raleek Brown's a better Jaden Blue without the fumbling issues.
Yeah, I think that if you get your screen game going the right way with your tall quarterback and dumping it off to this guy in a crowd, I think he can find those little gaps that are going to get you some nice yards. Because he can make the first guy miss. I don't see him doing the jump cut, making 2 or 3 guys miss in a crowd. But I do see him making the first guy. They don't get really solid tackles on him. But if he gets a little bit more strength, he's just fine.
Yeah, averaged 6.1 yards a carry this year. Had a game against Colorado, 22 carries, 255 yards, and a touchdown. Also had a 33-yard receiving touchdown in that game. That was his best performance of 2025, but did it a number of different games this year going for.
And they made him a focal point of throwing out of the backfield where he would go and he'd hook up, and if nothing was downfield, the quarterback would come right back to him and hit him. And then he'd have one-on-ones, with guys that are supposed to be covering him that weren't close to him. He'd make those guys miss.
Sam Levitt, their quarterback, dealt with some injury this year, so Raleek Brown had to be a bigger part of their offense. And again, did a pretty good job for the Sun Devils. First team all-conference this year. You will take that. So I like the get for Texas. Look, he was the top uncommitted running back still available in the transfer portal. He wasn't Texas's top choice. That's no secret. The Longhorns wanted Jaden Ball out of Florida. Ball never entered the portal.
That's right.
They wanted Isaac Brown out of Louisville. Isaac Brown never entered the portal. This was plan C in terms of what they wanted, but in terms of guys that they could have gotten from the transfer portal, Raleek Brown was the best name left. And
I don't think it's a big drop from the kid from Louisville.
No, I don't either. And there are some stats that, like efficiency stats, that say Raleek Brown had a better year than Jaden Ball. Now, he's not a better running back than Jaden Ball.
No, he's not.
Like he did some things this year that at least have him in that conversation to where you should be excited about what he brings to the table. My biggest concern with the kid is that 2 of the years of college football that he's played, he's dealt with injuries and missed significant amounts of time.
Yeah, like I say, he's not a big kid.
So I just, I would love Texas to grab one more running back from the portal. I don't know if they need one. I mean, if Raleek Brown stays healthy and you've got him and Christian Clark and James Simon and Derek Cooper, I think that's a good enough room to have this team winning games and making it to the college football playoff next year.
You trust your running back coach to get two young guys really set to go, which you should be able to.
But I just, I'll knock on wood here. I just think of 2024 when you had two guys go down with season-ending injuries during fall camp, and that room just was kind of discombobulated for a big part of the season. And you had to lure in a transfer like 10 days before the season just to have enough bodies there.
Yeah, one of the young guys, BK, has to be able to be ready to play when the season starts. They got to come in as if they were number one. They may not be number one, but they have to know everything about the offense enough that, hey, listen, you need to go in the game and you're going to be in there for a couple series. You can't go in there and just, screw up the whole offense. They have to be ready to play. Those
Agreed.
guys, Simon or the freshmen one of the two guys have to be ready to play next year.
Especially if they don't bring somebody else in.
Yes, for sure.
Right? I mean, even if they do, you want to make sure you're ready to play. But if the running back room is what it is, I mean, I think they just need another body. So they're probably going to bring somebody in, but will it be a guy who's actually going to play a lot or just an extra body? So you have one for depth in case you have to break the glass, something goes wrong. That I don't know.
Like I said, there'll be plenty of them in the state of Texas that will, I don't know. I mean, are we done with recruiting? Is there another recruiting is there still a February recruiting deal?
There is.
There is another high school day still?
Yeah, National Signing Day. It still exists.
It still is. There's still such thing?
It barely exists because like 95+% of players commit early in December or sign early in December, but it does still exist the first Wednesday of February.
Yeah, I mean, I hate saying that you may get another, but you still may get another young running back from the state of Texas that maybe outstanding. They're around.
I'll be honest with you. I have not heard of anything like that happening, and I have not paid any attention to high school recruiting.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I've just been so locked in on the portal. And again, so much of what happens from the high school ranks gets done in December to where you hardly see teams add more to their class.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. I don't care where they come from in the state. There's a couple out there that are flashy guys that possibly just want to come to Texas. You got, like you said, we got a bunch of scholarships available.
Yeah.
Well,
that's what they did.
It's not like you got to pay them a whole bunch of money. They'd be just happy to. I'm playing at Texas. I'm getting an opportunity. Yeah, didn't develop that dude.
That's what they did with Jet Walker out of Georgetown, who put up great numbers in his high school career, but still was a 3-star recruit, the 46th ranked running back in the class of 2026.
Never know until you got him.
Got a late offer from Texas and committed.
That's why you get paid the money to coach him.
I don't get paid the money to coach him.
Well, I'm just saying that's why the coach who coaches him gets paid that kind of cash at a place like Texas. Get that guy better. He was pretty good. He's pretty good in high school. He plays in this state. Get him ready to play in September. Let's go.
Got it. Yeah, I would love to find a way to get money for that happening, but that doesn't happen.
No.
And I wanted you. My best chance of getting paid was you applying for the running back coach job, and you wimped out.
You guys didn't push me hard enough.
Oh, we pushed you. You said you wouldn't do it.
You
didn't make any calls. That's on you.
Well, we'll see. Maybe they'll be needing another one. Hopefully they won't need another one for a while.
If Jabbar Jalouk doesn't do a good job, I'm holding you accountable. That could have
my
been
fault because that guy.
You could have fixed the Texas running game, and you didn't do it.
He's well traveled. That's all I've heard. He's well traveled. He's been in Louisiana, been in the SEC. He knows what to do.
I like to hire a lot. I'm a big Jabbar Jalouk guy, but I'm just saying, some people, maybe me, maybe not me. People are going to hold your feet to the fire.
No, you're the only one. You and your 8 other basketball gurus.
The Texas basketball fans. Yeah. They play tomorrow. We'll spend like 2 minutes towards the end of the show talking about them. They don't deserve much more than that. So that was obviously one good piece of news yesterday, and it broke towards the very end of our show. Texas getting the commitment from Raleek Brown. That guy is a plug-and-play starter and a 1-year rental. The other commit that Texas got yesterday is pretty much the exact opposite of that. The Longhorns landing Zion Williams, the transfer from LSU, about 6'4", 360 pounds, Buck. Guy's a defensive lineman.
Nice.
Not a running back. Although, could we refrigerator Perry him?
If he's got the ability, coach him up once again.
Coach him up. Zion Williams redshirted this year at LSU, played 21 snaps, all of those on special teams. So did not log a single defensive snap this year.
It's going off of his high school film and what.
Yeah, this is a guy that Texas really wanted out of high school. He's from the state of Texas, former 4-star recruit, had a lot of offers from around the country. Obviously ended up picking LSU. But this dude is a developmental piece. Like, he's not going to be expected or asked to do a whole lot in 2026. Like, just about every other transfer that Texas has signed to this point is like, you're going to help us win in the fall. This is one of those, like, maybe he's a rotational piece, but probably not. This is more of a, hey, we want to be competitive in 27 and 28, and you're going to be a big part of that. So he's got 4 years of eligibility, again, because he redshirted. And Texas, at the very end of the high school recruiting cycle, the early high school recruiting cycle, remember they had 2 defensive linemen flip away?
Yes.
So I think they had sort of 2 extra developmental defensive lineman spots that they wanted to fill. And obviously Zion Williams is going to fill one of them. I guess he's a little cheaper than the guys that flipped away. And he's also 1 year older, but still has the same amount of eligibility. So maybe a win-win-win there. And it's easier to retain guys down the road. Get them early so you don't have to pay him once he's good. You pay him a little bit now, and easier to retain than to.
And if he gets real good, then you can pay him.
If he gets real good, then you could pay him. Yeah, or you'll let him go. It feels like Texas is letting a lot of guys go. Although they're not letting the great ones go. They're letting some not so great ones go.
Who's going now?
So a couple more departures yesterday, right? Like, oh, yes, we got 2 transfers, 2 commits, 2 imports. Finally, the tides are starting to turn. But, of course, a couple of guys left yesterday as well. One of the receivers, Buck, you've been calling this for a while. Texas brought in that star-studded wide receiver class in 2025, and we didn't see much of those guys this season. Jamie French, high 4-star receiver, top 50 recruit in America, a huge recruiting win for the Longhorns. He is hitting the portal, just 1 catch in his Texas career.
Hey, we hardly knew you. By the way, we didn't even know you. Where is he? Does he have any place that he's landed so far? Hit your audio.
Oh, sorry. I hit the mute button, and I thought I unmuted it, but I didn't. 6'1", 185, 4 years of eligibility left, a top 10 wide receiver in last year's class, but only played 22 snaps this year over 4 games and had just 1 catch for 6 yards in that 55-0 beatdown of Sam Houston early in the year.
God, I mean, those stats, his stats, his height, his speed, everything else told me that guy should have got on the field somehow, some way.
Yeah. Well, we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, somebody was going to go out of that group. Like I said, I thought, I'm still surprised that the running back's still here that didn't get in those games. But there's no reason for that guy not to have gotten in games. Unless he's just – sometimes if you can't get the plays, you can't get in the game.
Yeah, well, I think the reason was he wasn't as good as the guys in front of him. Like, I don't think he's as good as Ryan Wingo or Emmett Mosley or DeAndre Moore or Parker Livingston. Like, it's not like those guys were all that bad. They weren't perfect. They obviously had some drop issues, but I wouldn't have taken Ryan Wingo out. He did enough to where I'd keep him in over an unproven true.
Yeah. I mean, it's, for those that are saying, well, he should have been playing over Wingo. No. You don't give up on those dudes. Sorry. If that guy has 5 drops in a game, you don't then say you're not playing anymore. That doesn't work that way. He's got too much explosive power that you can't. You got to have that in your offense.
Yeah.
But coaches know. By the way, coaches know when it's time to sit a guy down. But a guy of this ability, those are the ones you don't want to be losing to someplace else. You want to get them in games. You want to get them in a damn bowl game.
Right.
That doesn't mean very much. You want to get him playing and talking to him about the future. No matter what you're doing right in front of him, you got to be talking about his future and all the abilities that he has to say, hey, listen, we got this quarterback for another year. You're going to get much, much better. You're going to get an opportunity to play, and a lot of it's going to be up to you, by the way. It's not going to be up to the coach. It's going to be up to you.
Buck, I love you. That doesn't work anymore. Okay? This is another case of Texas paid this kid a bunch of money to sign with Texas, and these NIL deals are year to year. So they're having part of the exit interviews that every head coach has with a player is now related to NIL, what you made this year and what you're going to make next year.
It has nothing to do with playing time, or the guys want money. They don't care about playing time.
I don't want to say it has nothing to do with playing time, but I think Jamie French is going to, because he was such a highly touted recruit out of high school, there's going to be interest in him. Still has 4 years of eligibility left, and he's going to have a better opportunity to play. So he's going to get money. Texas, I'm sure, is like, dude, we're not paying you what we just paid you. You had 1 catch for 6 yards, and at best, you're going to be like 5th or 6th on our wide receiver depth chart. We're not going to pay you a bunch of money. And I'm sure Jamie French is like, and I'm sure his agent's been fielding calls. I'm sure there are people out there who are like, no, dude, we'll give you a chance to compete for a starting spot, and we'll pay you like it too. So we talked about it with Bo Barnes, the linebacker, still waiting to see if he withdraws and comes back to Texas. There have been some reports about that happening, but that's, I think, another instance of that exact scenario where they paid the guy a lot of money to come to Texas, and they didn't get any return on their investment because he barely saw the field, and now Texas is asking him to take a pretty significant pay cut, and he's like, I'm not doing that.
That just seems weird. It'd be like me, having Ricky and saying, your freshman year, I expected you to have, 2,000 yards in your freshman year. You're just that kind of guy. Here's the kind of money that we're going to give you. We're going to see if your sophomore year you can do better. But you're just a freshman, but my expectations were you're going to have 1,500 yards.
How many did he have his freshman year?
990.
And whose fault is that?
John Bianco.
For not telling you that Ricky needed 10 more?
Yeah.
Not the guy who could have given him the 10 more. It's the guy who didn't tell you he needed 10 more.
Who didn't tell me, who is in charge of stats, to tell me that's all he needs.
I will. I don't like to tell other people to be grateful, but I'm going to tell you that you should be grateful that you didn't have to deal with this in your coaching career.
I don't know what I mean, just like everything else, I would have found a way to exist, but I also would have probably had to move about 3 different places after I told some kid to go F off, and his parents and his agent and his Uncle George, because I did it even back then when it wasn't cool. Like, get lost, kid. No, you can't come here. You're not smart enough. By the way, you're not good enough. I mean, I even tell my own players that were there that this guy's better than you are. So I'm going to be brutally honest, and you're going to hate it, but I probably wouldn't be able to survive. That's why I said, when you're talking about go get this job, dude, they would have run me off the 40 acres so quick of the stuff that I would have said to a player.
It's a different
I'd like to survive a check. Well, hell, one guy just was there. The last running back coach has made $700,000 for being there for like 5 months.
Right.
That's a pretty good year's work.
Yeah. And Chad Scott got paid to leave. Now I'm not sure how his buyout's impacted by him taking.
And I didn't even think about that. He obviously had probably more than a 1-year deal, right?
Yeah. He had a 2-year deal, and he was supposed to make $600K in year 2. But again, because he took the North Texas job a couple of days ago, I'm not sure if he gets the full buyout or if there's a settlement. Truth be told, I don't really care. But yeah, you get paid for the work that you put in. There's no doubt you're working harder, but you're getting paid more than what you were as a running backs coach. But it's got to be brutal just dealing with that part of it.
No, like I said, it's just the language and how you have to be careful of what you say, how you're going to hurt some kid's feelings. And I mean, his agent's going to call you up as a position coach and say, you said something to my client at practice and you let me know. And I would be like, to the agent, I'd be like, F you, you and your client. I mean, it would be very hard. I keep saying I could adapt to it, but in my mind, the way I am, I probably couldn't have. Yeah. I really would have had a hard time, because then you would have had to pay me way more than what you're trying to pay that kid. And if I was coaching a kid that was making, I was going to make 500,000 or 700,000, I know people are saying, no, you would watch your P's and Q's. But if the kid was making $1 million, there's a real good chance that that kid would say something to me that I would say something back that would cause that kid to be leaving.
You got to lay down the law, don't you?
Well, I mean, there's a certain respect that you have to have as a coach. They can't run the show. The prisoners can't run the prison as a coach. It just, you can't do, or you never, there's not many successful ones like that. Generally, the innkeeper runs the hotel at most places. No matter how bad or how good the program is, it's generally somebody that runs it, or position coaches run that part of the program. The prisoners don't get to run the prison.
Easy on that, Bob McNair.
You know what I'm saying? They don't get to do that. Yeah. Or you got nothing going on the right way.
Nowadays, the student athletes, don't forget, student athletes. They've got all the power now.
Dude,
ain't no fun when the rabbit's got the gun, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it would be, the rabbit can't have the gun. It's just, I just can't imagine a kid telling me, no, man, I'm not going to class today. I'm like, I would say, you missed a couple classes. I need you to be in class this week. And a player would tell me, no, dude, I'm not going to class. I would have a real hard time with that.
You would have hated me as a player then.
Yeah, when I would have watched film of you, and I would have had to worry about you.
No, you wouldn't have watched film of me. There was no film of me.
You would have been the guy that I would have told that if this certain guy's coming to campus, oh, he's way better than you. You have so much work to do.
You know what film you would have watched of me? Is
What's
film
that?
of a show like this, me talking about the team. That's the only film I had. I didn't film much of me in middle school. I wasn't worth it.
Yeah, I think the coaches, I mean, bless those guys for, I mean, even, the ones in high school that have to put up with the ones who are about to go to college. I mean, they've got to try to have their programs the right way, but the kids' mindsets are so different right now.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, now you have to not only recruit a new class every year, but you have to re-recruit the guys on your campus every year. And that's a massive difference. And obviously NIL is a part of that, just with the portal and how easy it is to go from place to place. It's a different world in college football that we live in, and it's ever changing, and it's impossible to predict what's going to happen next. By the way, one other Longhorn reportedly entering the portal, edge rusher Zina Umeozulu.
This we were looking for. No, that was the offensive lineman.
His brother Neto Umeozulu.
That's who we were looking for all year long.
Who was supposed to be the starter at left guard, and then all of a sudden, a week before the Ohio State game, we find out that no, it's actually Connor Stroh who's going to start at left guard. And I mean, Umeozulu played a little bit against Ohio State, but didn't play much after that. So he already entered the portal a week ago. No surprise there. Now his brother, Zina, the edge on defense, I think had a little bit more potential. He apparently entering the portal, but this is, conflicting reports here, right? A report yesterday early in the afternoon that he was portaling, and then a report last night saying Texas is trying to keep Zina around. So this is one to watch here. I'm not entirely sure what the future holds for him.
I'll be interested to see which program over the next couple of years has people that have some money but has a whole lot of balls to tell these kids to go shove it. When they get to a point where they're asking for 2 and 3 and 4. I mean, I see quarterbacks going for $4 million. I mean, I'm like, when will they get to the point of saying, you know what, go play for something? I'm going to coach up a guy that I think that I can make a pretty good player, and here's what I'm going to offer him. And he's already said, I want to come to your school. I want to be your quarterback. When we're not going to get to that point.
Well, don't you think a lot of the shove it conversations are happening at Texas? It's like you're asking for
if you're missing 20 guys, yeah.
Right. You're asking for this much. Sorry, we're not going to give you that much.
Yeah, we're not. Obviously, they're not paying them all, because if you got 20 of them missing.
Right. I don't know if Sark is saying shove it exactly, but that's kind of what happens with some of these guys who think they are worth something, and the Texas coaching staff thinks they're worth something else, and they're leaving because of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as much as I don't know the basketball coach that well, he seems like the kind of guy that would be telling you at the end of all of this, yeah, well, this guy was trying to get me to give him $3 million. I said, take a hike,
But don't cross the street.
Yeah, but don't cross the street, you dummy.
Take a
I mean,
hike, but stay on the sidewalk. Don't cross the street.
yeah, I hope he survives here as a basketball coach and things work out for him. But I kind of like his honesty.
Right.
You know.
By the way, speaking of those shove it guys, maybe that's not the transition I should use.
Yeah, I kind of like the shove it. Hey, shove that up your rear end and get that. Go up to your little dorm room or your campus abode and get your stuff and get the hell out of here.
See, that's what I was worried about. You talking about shoving it up rear ends. We don't need to be doing that. This is a family program, sir.
Okay.
Leon Galafau, who obviously departed Texas, announced yesterday that he is transferring to Colorado. Some initial thought that maybe BYU would be where he was going. Maybe Oregon would be the spot where he was going. And, okay, BYU, really good team, just missed the playoff this year. Oregon still playing in the college football playoff this year. It's like, all right, you could make a case that was a good move for Leon Galafau. He's going to Colorado, dude.
Yeah, so does he really – it's not about winning.
No. And I don't know what he's getting paid. I don't think any reports about that have come out yet. Maybe he's getting a raise, and maybe Colorado's paying him what he was looking for. But
Texas needed him, but he wasn't that great.
No, he would have been a starting linebacker this fall.
Yeah.
And I don't know who the starting linebackers are going to be this fall. I mean, T'Anthony Smith is one. Texas is hosting a linebacker on a visit right now from Cal, Kedu Luave. I really like his game. First team all ACC this year at Cal. So I'd really like the Longhorns to get that one done. But, yeah, no, they could use him. They need some linebacker help right now. And I think we all wanted Lafau to return for one more year. And
oh, yeah, I thought he was solid. I thought he'd gotten better every year that he played. He had gotten a little bit better, but he wasn't like massive point of attack guy that you just had to have him. I mean, if he demanded a double what he was getting, I think that would be a little outrageous. He would be a guy that I would say, take this job and shove it, guy. Pack your bags. If you're asking me to give you this much for what I see of you on film, no, we need you. Here's what we'll offer you, but we're not going any higher. You're playing in a really good program. You're in a good place. You got a chance to graduate from a good school. We have an opportunity. You played in 2 semifinals. What else do you want? We're not giving you any more money. I could have seen that happen.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's what it was. I mean, that's
now if you want to go to Colorado and lose 8 games, 9 years, 8 or 9 games a year for the next couple of years, you just go right ahead.
And Parker Livingston left for a raise. Leon Galafau presumably left for a raise. DeAndre
Parker
Moore
Dartmouth always wanted to be there.
Always wanted to be here?
No, there. He always wanted to be at Oklahoma. Remember, he was an Oklahoma lover from the get.
Oh, right.
Allegedly.
He did say, playing at Texas was a dream come true.
Yeah, that's another lie.
Yeah. The lie detector. We need Maury Povich on this. The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Yes.
But, for Lafau, look, hey, go get your money. Go get your money. Maybe he saw too many of those Aflac commercials with Coach Prime, and he wanted to hang out with him.
Yeah, but is it about winning? Is he going to is that the dude that's going to take them over the edge?
No.
Is he the Buffalo to do it?
You can't say it's about winning if you're going from Texas to Colorado.
No
chance. So there you go. There's the latest news for Texas on the portal. Again, watch for Zeno Umeo Zulu. Reports are that he's entering the portal, but also reports last night saying that Texas is trying to convince him to stick around. Maybe that saga is not done yet. But, it's crazy. And Texas isn't alone. We'll talk about this in a second. This has obviously been a very frustrating week for Longhorn Nation because we were hoping and almost expecting Texas to be adding. And, this portal season is going to be nothing but good news for the Longhorns, and it's been more bad than good. Texas isn't alone. We'll talk about that in a second. Also, the latest on Cam Coleman. I think we might be nearing a decision there. But before we get back to the Horns, how about some more sponsor shout-outs?
Folks, my bad back, getting the right comfort was really a problem for me, and I needed to have that support in my thoracic area where I had total reconstruction of my thoracic back. So I went over to the folks at Relax the Back and found a chair, from doing radio and doing YouTube that I needed to really give me the support. And for over 20 years now, the chair that I got from Relax Back has done just that for me. Gives me all this stuff in my hips that I need, especially the support in my hip area that helps out my thoracic back. But if you've got shoulder problems, neck problems, thoracic problems, hip problems, it doesn't matter. If it's got anything to do with your back, which mostly everything in your body has something to do with your back, please go to the Relax the Back store. They have 2 great locations. Please get over there and find out something that will give you the support that you need, whether it's a desk, whether it's chairs, whether it's a recliner, whether it's accessories. You can get it all at Relax the Back. 2 locations in BK's at the Hill Country Galleria, right across the street from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, right across the street from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Love Relax the Back. Also love our friends at Covert Bee Cave. If you are in the market for a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, go see our friends at Covert Bee Cave. But don't just take our word for it. Take their word for it.
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Someone says Texas isn't the destination spot that it used to be. I don't understand that. What do you mean it's not? They just went through 2 semifinals. It's a great university. It's a great area, whether it's low tech, high tech, job wise. I mean, why would somebody say it's not the place that it used to be?
Oh, I
They've
think
been winning.
Right. I just think college football is changing as a whole. And, we talk about college football looking more like the NFL every day. I think roster construction is going to start to mimic the NFL a little bit more. Like a lot of people saw that the scholarship numbers were going from 85 to 105 and thought, oh man, we're going to have more star players on the roster. And it's just hard to retain that many stars. It's almost like you're looking for, NFL's got 53-man rosters. It's almost like if you're a college coach now, you're looking for like 50 to 60 guys that are good enough to help you compete for a national championship. But players 60 through 85 or now through 105,
yeah,
it's going to be hard to have stars buried on your bench. It's going to be hard to just, the way it used to be where it's like you just have a 4-star or a 5-star who's comfortable sitting for 2 years or 3 years, waiting their turn to play.
Oh, no, if they can get paid, they're going to get paid.
That's it. That's what's happening right now. And you're seeing it. So Texas is not the only blue blood program dealing with major portal attrition right now.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean it's not a good destination. I just think it's a great.
Well, it's just the change of college sports, right? Like Texas right now has lost 23 players to the portal. They've added 8. That doesn't sound good, right?
No, it doesn't.
Alabama, they've lost 20 players to the portal. They've only added 6. Ohio State has lost 22 players to the portal. They've only added 5. Michigan lost 24 players to the portal. They've only added 5. Buck, Notre Dame lost 15 to the portal. They've added 0 so far. So you say misery loves company. And look, I'm more focused on my house than anybody else's. But you look to your right and left at your blue blood neighbors, they're having major maintenance issues too.
Sure.
So that's just you can't, those teams recruit a bunch of 4- and 5-star kids, right? Those are the schools that have the top-ranked recruiting classes every year. Again, you're not going to be able to just have those kids stashed on your bench anymore because other schools are going to be like, well, you're not playing there, but you were a 4-star, so we'd like to have you, so we'll pay you.
So maybe some of those things that I talked about were going to the certain university because Uncle Joe went there or whatever. That may come back into play. I mean, they have to be good play. I'm not talking about a scrubby kid. I'm talking about a kid that is a really, really good player. That may not be a 5-star kid. It may be a 3-star kid that you can coach into being a 5. Which once again, I'll give you all those 3s you want. You give me the 5s, and I'll beat your ass every Saturday most of the time. But I mean, some of those 3s that want to be there at your place now, will that come back then? That could sit out and say, you know what? I love this place. You know what? The program is good. We're winning. I'm getting into the playoffs. But guess what? I'll wait my turn. I'm not going to run off in 1 year because somebody says, here's an extra $200,000 or $300,000, and you're going to play. I'll wait my turn at a place like Texas and play and win games and still have a nice career. Can that start to come back possibly? If all these 5-stars or whatever are saying, no, I'm not going to wait around. I got to get out of here.
I guess. Yeah, I guess that'll happen. I mean, I don't know for sure, and I don't know how often Texas is going to
It'll
be.
take a while. It'll be a while before that thing turns back to that way, I believe.
I just wonder, again, it feels like we saw a change and we're seeing a change with Texas's philosophy when it comes to roster construction. Like last year, they brought in the number 1 recruiting class in the country. I think there were 28 people that they signed in that class. This year, it was down to number 8, and they signed like 6 or 7 less people this year. And it's like, because I think they're starting to realize that this might not be the way to do it anymore.
You may need more of them out of the portal than actually recruiting them.
Right.
It's going to cost us money either way.
And you look at the 4 teams who are left. I guess now there's 3, but y'all know what I mean. All 4 of them had transfer portal quarterbacks. And all 4 of them had a roster littered with transfers. I mean, Ole Miss and Indiana, their entire rosters are basically transfer players.
Oh, the ones that have lost haven't transfer quarterbacks. The ones that got in the playoffs all just about had transfer. I mean, none of the quarterbacks stick around. This is amazing. You're going to have a quarterback here that'll be here for his entire time, which will be odd in college football.
Right. No, look, it's worked for Texas. I mean, I guess Quinn Ewers was a transfer quarterback too. So the last guy we had was a transfer. Now they got him young. It's not like he was super proven at the college level when he came to Austin, but it's different. It is different. It used to be all about high school recruiting, putting together the best class that you could so you could stock your roster with depth. It's hard. Look, the guys like Colin Simmons, those guys are still going to get paid and recruited by the biggest of the big dogs. That's not going to change. But now these 4-stars, again, the days of just stashing 4-stars and letting them develop, you'd love to do that. The coaches would love to do that. But those days are over because these guys want to go get paid and they want to play. And now it's easier for them to get paid and to go play than it's ever been.
It's just easy to leave. It's just so easy to leave.
Yeah. So it's blue blood. It's changing, man. It is changing right now. And you look like Indiana and Texas Tech have the 2 highest ranked transfer portal classes in the country right now. And you might be like, BK, how does that work? Right? They both made the playoff. Indiana's the number 1 seed. Like, how are they able to have these rosters and continue stacking talent from the portal? The difference is, like, Indiana, they don't sign 5-stars out of high school.
No.
So they don't have to deal with this retention every year. And if like they have a player who wants to leave, it's like, fine, you're like a 3-star. We don't care if you want to go play somewhere else. That's all right. We're not going to pay you to stay.
We'll go grab a portal guy.
We're going to the portal. Now, both of those schools obviously have money. We know what Cody Campbell's doing at Texas Tech. Mark Cuban just came out earlier this week and is like, yeah, I'm paying Indiana a ton of money right now to help them stay this good because this is fun. But that's what's happening too. And that's why so many blue bloods are getting crushed because they've invested so much into high school recruits who they're trying to develop, and why some of these other schools that don't are winning and having success.
Yeah, the portal is something else now.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, portal combat is what people call it. That's a real thing.
Yeah, and it's the experience that you get from those guys that have played college football, no matter how bad the teams they were on, but they played in games. That's the experience that when you come out of high school, no matter what star you are, if you don't actually get on the field with the college players and you're just practicing with them and you're not getting on in games and getting the experience of games and you sit back for a year and you don't really play, that's hard. That's why I thought some of these wide receivers, I'm like, these dudes are getting out of here.
Yeah.
If they were 5-stars, they're going to pack their bags and go someplace. I mean, whether they make less money, if they're a starter, they're getting experience. They're getting to play. Still in their minds, they want to play football. That's. I mean,
these guys are 4- and 5-star players. Like they were the best player on their high school teams,
right?
And
they don't want to go someplace and sit for 2 years.
Exactly. And nowadays you don't have to because you don't have to sit out a year when you transfer. So
right.
I don't know if Jamie French is going to be alone. I mean, Texas has already lost 4 wide receivers in the portal, so clearly he's not alone, right? DeAndre Moore, Parker Livingston, Jamie French, Aaron Butler. All 4 of those guys are already gone. Does Dalen McCutcheon leave? Does Khalil Lockett leave? I hope not. But other schools are reaching out to their agents and saying, we'll give you this much money and we'll give you a better chance to play early than if you stay at Texas. So that's the world we live in right now. Speaking of,
I still think that's why any advantage that you can help yourself with, like playing guys in bowl games, getting them in those meaningless games when you're thinking, I got to get this thing going. You know, I got to get the rest of my team going. You got to play some of these guys, and they're going to make some mistakes, but they need to be getting in the games.
Well,
so they at least think that you care about them.
Here's the risk. It's a bit of a double-edged sword, Buck, because look at Bo Barnes, for example. Bo Barnes didn't play much during the regular season, but because of all of the opt-outs at linebacker, he played a lot against Michigan, and he played well against Michigan. He and his agent are now fielding more calls because of that game, and they now think they are worth more money because of that game. So that's a little risky run when you play some of those younger guys, is if they play well, they're going to be getting offers on the open.
I know there's no second time for the portal, but now that makes me think you're going to see less and less of spring games then now. I don't think that's coming back. I just don't, it's giving people opportunity to see your players and I didn't think
they can't do anything about it until January.
I know. But that's still, I don't want to give anybody any thought of taking some guy that was in a spring game that looked pretty good. I mean, it's just, you're giving people advantages looking at your players when you don't have to.
Feels like coaches just don't want to play a spring game, and that's why they don't play a spring game.
Well, they think they have enough practice. Their teams, they don't have enough bodies anyway. They don't want to take a chance.
Right. Yeah.
And what do they get out of that except for their season ticket holders who pay a lot of money that want to see football in the spring and want to see new guys?
Right.
What's the new blood? Coaches don't care if you see new blood or not. They could care less. You as the fan, you want to see such and such that you've heard about, and the coaches don't care if you haven't seen them, enough of them.
Yep, that's my big complaint, because I'm a fan. I'm not a coach, and fans get asked to pay more and more money than ever before, and it feels like fans are getting less and less in return than ever before. So spring games are part of that. Some more not so good breaking news. Another day, really another hour, another Longhorn to the portal. Defense is apparently going portaling.
Right. I didn't hear that. You got your deal went off then.
Defensive back Kobe Black has gone portaling. That just reported within the last 4 or 5 minutes. Kobe Black expected to potentially compete for a starting spot at corner for the Longhorns in 2026.
Played pretty well down the end too.
He did, yeah. There were a lot of rumors like late in the regular season that he wasn't really happy and he kind of had one foot out the door, but he played a lot against Texas A&M and he played really well in that football game, and then got to play a good amount against Michigan, and maybe, the thought was like, all right, maybe everything's cool and it's all water under the bridge and we're going to be all right. Kobe Black's going to stick around, but that is not the case. Former 5-star recruit, played 28 career games at Texas, 28 tackles, 2 PBUs, and an interception.
Oh, that sucks right there.
Yeah.
Man, but you know what? As we talk about this and another one leaves, Mississippi will wake up this morning to a bunch of guys packing their bags too and headed out there. Guys that didn't play in that game and guys that love what they went through this year and all the joy and we came together and all that. But there are going to be some guys going from a team like that too.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it's the portal's still open for another 7 days. So a lot of guys have not entered yet. Obviously, we're seeing it at Texas, right? These guys could have entered a week ago. They're entering now. We will see more departures from Texas, but more departures from all across the country over the next week. And then the 2 teams who play for the national championship, they'll get an extended deadline. So some guys after the national title game will also depart.
Yeah, I mean, see, this was one of those, Kobe Black waits his time, and now it would be his time, and he's going.
Yeah. He had a solid year as a freshman, as a rotational piece. Big things were kind of expected of him this year, and he had an up and down 2025. Again, the highlight, without question, the performance against Texas A&M. He was fantastic. 3 tackles, an interception to help seal the Longhorn victory. Had a PBU as well. He played really well in that game. And, again, he played a lot against Florida because Manny Muhammad was out. He was horrible against Florida, as was pretty much everybody else for Texas in that game. But his snaps kind of started dropping off for a while after that. And Cade Phillips ended up getting more time than Kobe Black this year. So, again, it felt like he had sort of lost his spot, but did a lot in those last 2 games. So, again, you were thinking maybe it'd be fine and he would stick around, but that ain't happening.
Yeah, I mean, the things you do and the loyalties that you have, Sark's kind of a loyal dude. I mean, he loves his 3 receivers and that. Now he's losing those. I mean, your loyalty is going to be repaid by your cash and your playing time, really.
Right.
If you think I'm good, you better play me.
Well, look, I mean, here's what Kobe Black is looking at. I mean, he sees that Texas just added a corner from the portal in Bo Masco.
That's right. We just got Rutgers.
And he sees that Cade Phillips, who's a year younger than him, started taking his spot in the cornerback rotation. And those kind of feel like your 2 starting corners for 2026. You've got Grayson Littleton coming back at the star. Kobe Black, yeah, would he play a lot? Of course, you rotate your corners, but somebody out there is offering him starter level money to go be a starter.
Yeah, and for now they are. Yes, you're absolutely right.
I think that's what's happening here. So again, your depth, it's harder to build depth than ever before because these guys they want to go play. They want to go play and they want to get paid like starters. And Texas doesn't want to pay guys who aren't starters starter level money.
Yep.
That's where we're at right now. So that one hurts. That one hurts because Kobe Black, again, a big-time recruit, 5 stars in some of the rankings, 4-star, I think, overall, but a top 40 player in the class of 2024 nationally, 6'2", 200 pounds, from Waco. So a local enough kid. Had high hopes for him as a Texas Longhorn, but the rest of his career will be somewhere else.
Another opportunity will open up for somebody in the transfer portal. Somebody will look at that and say, no, I'll come.
This week sucks, man. Can we just get Cam Coleman here to make everything better? Can we just get that announcement today, please?
What is his deal? Is he going to end up at Texas Tech?
I don't know. I mean, there are 4 schools in the mix. It's Texas, Texas A&M, and Texas Tech. Alabama is the other one. Apparently he's visiting Roll Tide today.
Don't these guys want to compete against somebody? Do they just want obviously they just want a gig. They don't want to compete. They don't want to come to your campus to compete. They want to come to your campus to be slotted in a spot that belongs to you without having to compete for anything.
Not talking about Cam Coleman here. You're talking about Kobe Black.
Oh, hey, Cam Coleman know how to compete with anybody.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just making sure because Cam Coleman goes to any of those spots and he's instantly wide receiver 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter with him. He can show up just the week before the game and he'll be just fine.
That guy would be wide receiver 1 on every team outside of Columbus, Ohio next year because they have
and about 20 of the NFL teams that would take him right now.
Yeah. It's a different conversation with Coleman, but yeah, going back to your thought, I mean, I guess that's what it feels like, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But for Coleman, taking a visit to Bama today, interesting. Alabama just hired Auburn's former offensive coordinator as its wide receivers coach. So a guy who was on the Auburn staff while Cam Coleman was playing at Auburn is now the position coach at Cam Coleman's position at Alabama. So, the Crimson Tide were in the mix before. You feel like that helps their chances a little bit. But I kind of feel like this is a battle between the Texas schools here.
Oh yeah, if he wants to go somewhere, he needs to go ahead and go to Alabama just to go to your rival. That's great.
Yeah, well, I said it when Parker Livingston transferred. Yeah, it's like I said it when he transferred. He isn't the first, and he won't be the last to transfer to a rival. Doesn't mean as much to the players anymore. So, it's it feels sacrilegious that Cam Coleman's even visiting Alabama.
Doesn't it?
You might actually sign there and play in that jersey in the Iron Bowl next year. But, it's interesting. I think Texas people still feel good about Cam Coleman. Everything I've read, everybody I've talked to still likes the Longhorns' chances here. I'm still terrified about Texas Tech just because of the money that they have. I don't know if Cam Coleman wants to spend a year of his life living in Lubbock, but they are not afraid to spend the money in the portal. They've shown that the last 2 years. He was committed at one point to Texas A&M out of high school. The Aggies have money too. And obviously Alabama is Alabama. So all 4 fan bases kind of believe that their school still has a shot here. Wow. And I think that's it. I think this is the end of the visit schedule for Cam Coleman. And I think by the end of the weekend, we will have a decision either way.
Yeah, he'd like to go and collect that check unless you'd like the kid from Washington sign a check and then say, hey, y'all, not so fast. I need another check.
He's actually going back to Washington too.
Is he? Is that all done now?
It's all done. Apparently. Maybe we shouldn't say it so assuredly, but
how about his agent saying, I don't want anything to do with this kid?
Yeah, I don't.
That is that, you know, and for an agent to do that, that's you know, that he must think not very highly of that kid.
No, with all the money he could be making off of that kid, that's crazy. It's a jumbled mess.
And then even the agent doesn't. The agent group, they don't want anything to do with it.
I'm glad he's staying at Washington.
He's also the coach's agent.
Which coach?
At Washington.
Okay.
He's the head coach's agent that's dealing with the quarterback. How's that? And the agent says, you know what? I don't want anything to do with this kid. This kid there's something up with him.
Well, whoever the agent ended up being, they got something done, and DeMond Williams is sticking around Seattle. What a wild couple of days that was, and it's good for college football that he's staying at Washington, because
as much as the football and football players, they need structure, and as much as they need structure, this whole system needs to have structure. So can you get Zabin out of his Verbo place and get a group together to give this thing some kind of structure? I didn't see enough of him in Verbo last night, by the way.
Were you not watching the game?
I didn't. I watched, and I was looking for a couple.
That commercial aired 10 times at least.
Seriously?
Yes. And they didn't. We were asking for a new one. We were thinking, all right.
No, they were rerunning. I saw the rerun, but
yeah,
I didn't get enough of it.
It was on 10 times. I don't think I'm exaggerating with that either.
The hot tub one?
Both of them. Hot tub, lawnmower, check-ins at 3. It's 2:55. I know. Is this what he's doing now?
Yeah, really?
Got the whole shit memorized.
I only saw a couple of them.
No showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa.
Hey, it's the rule. It's a rule.
It's the rules. So it's like, give us a curveball, please, Verbo.
Perfect time. Give us the new one. The new one's coming out next.
It was your game, the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. That was your chance to do something different, and no.
Sorry about that. I must have seen 2 at the most. I thought I was going to see it at every one. You saw at least 10 of them?
The 4 top say it's the same old song. It's the same old song, Verbo.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know if Nick Saban, I mean, look, some sort of college football commissioner would be better than 0 college football commissioner, but
seriously,
I don't know if he'd be my first choice. They got to figure something out. It's wild. It is wild right now. But Cam Coleman would make this week a lot better, because it's been a pretty miserable week for Texas fans, and it's been messing with my mental health and messing with my sanity, and I know I'm not alone. So Texas people like the chances. Again, Texas has a lot of money. They have shed a lot of money with all of the players who are leaving. They can outbid anybody if they need to, but Texas can also offer Arch Manning, who's the best quarterback of the 4 schools that are going after Cam Coleman. They can also offer Steve Sarkisian, who, number 1, has had more success at his current spot than any of the other head coaches. But number 2, look at Sark's track record with first-round wide receivers. Like,
yes,
Xavier Worthy and Matthew Golden at Texas. Now, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Henry Ruggs at Alabama. Don't worry about the off-field stuff for Henry Ruggs. First-round pick because of his on-field stuff. And Devontae Smith won the freaking Heisman Trophy as a wide receiver with Sark as his offensive coordinator in Tuscaloosa. So that's another thing that Texas can offer that none of these other schools can. And if this is not all about money, which it's been reported multiple times that it's not only about money for Cam Coleman. Now, some of it's about money, because it's always some about money. But everything else that Texas can provide, I think the Longhorns have a more complete offer than anybody else.
I would agree. A guy at his position needs to have somebody that won't get his head taken off. And he's going to make money. He's about to make money after another football season anyway. And if he's going someplace to play, you might as well. Obviously, since it's not about I need to get to a championship, it's about I need to get paid and I need to up my standings in the first round. this seems like the best place.
Yeah, I think so too.
If you're looking for numbers and money,
this
seems to be the place.
right? Yeah, what does he care about the most? Because look, Texas Tech, the way they're throwing money around, they might call Cam Coleman and say, you're leaning Texas? Well, what if we threw another $1 million on top of our current offer? That may be enough to sway him. But if it's about success and money, because it's always about money, then I think Texas would make the most sense. And also, as I'm trying to say that it's not all about money, how many commercials is Arch Manning in? You don't think some of those brands would like to have his number one wide receiver potentially in there too?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't see Marcel Reed on my screen 400 times.
Catching a Red Bull, having Arch throw a Red Bull to Coleman.
I don't know if you can promise that right off the bat, but maybe, Cam Coleman starts playing well and Texas plays well as a team, then he could be getting some commercials with his QB1 too. So
I just think for him, it's it's not like you don't have enough money in the bank. You probably made enough at Auburn, but you're trying to up your standard in the first round. If you're going to be a number 12, you can end up being a number 7.
Sure.
I mean, that's a big deal. I mean, that's the thing I'd be looking at if I'm a wide receiver. I can. By the way, I could survive with the kind of coin that they give you these days in college somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be making probably closer to $3 million minimum.
No matter where he is.
No matter where he goes out of the 4 schools. And yeah, again, Texas has the best quarterback of the bunch. They got the best wide receiver developer of the bunch. They've got, I think, the best head coach of the bunch. So
it's about who represents you. It's because a lot of these young guys, it's not about what they think, because their minds are still not quite matured enough. But the ones that are the alleged mature ones who make deals like this, they let them do the work.
Yeah.
And they let them know that this is the best deal that you can get. This is best suited for you and everything, rounded and everything. But I don't see any better deal for a guy like that than to be with a quarterback like this, and a quarterback coach, and a guy who's taking the last couple of receivers, to the promised land of what they wanted to do for their future. Because it's just a matter of where his stock is in the first round. He's a first round. He can go and not do anything next year. You know what I'm saying, BK? He's a first round wide receiver. It's just how you move down now for him.
Yeah. I am definitely biased, but I agree with you. Everything you said there. So we'll see. Again, Cam Coleman visiting Alabama right now, seemingly the last of his 4 visits. So hopefully we get a decision in the not too distant future.
I'm just glad to hear that Texas is still in it.
Still in it. I know. With all the bad news we've had this week,
right.
It's like I think a lot of people are expecting Cam Coleman to end up somewhere else. A lot of the sting would go away if you're able to get the number 1 player in the portal.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Kobe Black just taking. I mean, he knows that everybody saw what he did in the latter part of the season. Even though he's got some playing time taken away by a freshman, go and compete and beat that dude out so that you are the guy. And that guy still remains where he is, and he comes in every once in a while. I mean, that guy's good enough to be just a starter flat out.
I think so. Again, it was up and down this year. Like, he didn't have as consistent of a year as I had hoped. I thought this would be more of a breakout season for Kobe Black. But again, he showed you what he can do against a very high-powered offense and an A&M team that was undefeated going into that game. So he's got something. I would have loved to have kept him around, as is the case with a lot of the guys who are leaving.
Yeah, I'd like to have the guys with balls that want to compete. Unless his coach is like I was, you're just not good enough. You're just not, hey, by the way, that guy's just better than you. You need to get a lot better.
Hey,
can you imagine me saying that now to kids? They'd be like, okay, I got to call my mom. I'll be right back.
Well, bye.
Yes.
Hit you with that right there. All right, we'll get back into this. The latest, we got a couple of more updates. Linebackers visiting Austin, major position of need. That's some great news. Also, still waiting on the big uglies. Where's the beef? Wendy's asked. Where's the offensive lineman? We'll talk more about Texas's plans there. Also, we got to get the Bucks Gold Star locks for the NFL weekend. And the playoffs start tomorrow, so we'll preview some of those games as well. But before we shift gears, how about a few more sponsor shout-outs?
Our friends over at Woods Comfort Systems, folks, for close to 70 years in Central Texas, they've been doing it with heating, plumbing now, and, of course, air conditioning. But that air conditioning unit of yours is probably going to slow down a little bit as the temperature starts to change and we get into some 60s and possibly some 50-degree temperatures next week. But you want to make sure that everything's working properly. So when that heater does come on, that you don't have smoke bellowing out of your heater. And I have these folks come to my place twice a year. I have a contract with them. Yes, contracts for everything. They come twice a year. Their technicians come and make sure that the filters are changed, everything's clean and ready to go. So when the cold weather does hit, that it's going to be working properly. You want the same for your home, I presume. But folks, now they are not only doing heating and air conditioning, but they do a fantastic job when it comes to plumbing. So if you got any plumbing issues, you want to call on our friends at Woods Comfort Systems because nobody does it better.
Nobody does it better. WoodsComfortSystems.com, or you can give them a call, 512-842-5066. Speaking of nobody doing it better, how about audio-visual consultations?
Nobody does that better for sure.
Nobody does this better than Tom McKay and his crew at AV Consultations. It's why they've been around since 1988. Coming up on 40 years? God, Tom is old, isn't he?
My goodness.
God, almost 40 years in business. But hey, you don't last that long unless you know what you're doing and unless you take care of people. And that's what AV Consultations is all about. Look, we always talk about the screens and the speakers and the whole home lighting and the surveillance cameras and all the cool tech stuff that they can hook you up with. That's why you call them. But their customer service is what really sets them apart. Super polite, super respectful. They're not going to leave a mess in your home when they install at your place. But also, it's not like, oh, they just install and then they're never there if you need them. No, if something breaks, they'll come out to your place and fix it. If you have questions, they'll answer your questions. If you want to upgrade, hey, this is pretty cool, but we want to do more, AV Consultations will do that for you. Tons of 5-star reviews online. All of us on TSU have been hooked up by AV Consultations. They are the very best at what they do. Again, that's why they've been around for almost 4 decades. 512-255-8678. Give them a call. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. 512-255-8678 or avconsultations.com.
Sweet.
Also, Altstadt Beer. And Tom McKay's not drinking any Altstadt Beer these days, but
and he's not going to come to your house drinking beer.
No,
he won't do that.
He doesn't do that. Back in the day, now Tom was drinking some Altstadt Beer.
Yeah, way long time ago. That guy's been on the wagon longer than I have, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. But hey, you know who's not on the wagon?
You.
Yours truly. Altstadt Beer.
You're ready to compete at all times. You're not a quitter.
It appears we have reached another weekend, Buck. Somebody messed up because they let us get to Friday, and it's looking like beer o'clock on my watch. I don't know about you. Altstadt Beer, my choice of beer, and it has been for years. Anyone who's followed my career, y'all know I've been talking about Altstadt for a long time. Like the old radio station days during my time in Houston and now here on TSU. Why do I talk about it? Because I love it. It's the only beer that I drink. It's awesome. It's brewed locally in Fredericksburg, so I know I'm supporting a local business every time I drink Altstadt, but they've got so many different brews. If I'm in the mood for a lager, if I'm in the mood for a Kolsch, they've got a great Hefeweizen. They've got a great light beer, something for everybody out there. I say it all the time, and I mean it. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers you have been drinking in the past. Of course, please remember to drink Altstadt responsibly. Whatever you have going on this weekend, make sure you plan a sober ride home. But whatever you have going on over these next few days, all of your football watching, make sure you accompany your good times and your football with the greatness that is Altstadt Beer. No impurities, no regrets.
You know, why would Cam Coleman go to a place like Bama? Do you see the quarterback that's about to step in there?
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, you're talking about your future. Your future may only be a week with that guy throwing passes to you.
So here's the thing with Cam Coleman, like maybe why he would consider going to a school with the worse quarterback than Arch Manning. That guy's put up pretty good numbers with pretty bad quarterback play. That guy's like quarterback proof. He's so good. He played with Peyton Thorne and Jackson Arnold these last 2 years and is still the number one player in the portal and a guy who's talked about like a lock to be a first-round pick in 2027. So he might say, it doesn't matter who's flinging me the rock. I'm so good, I'm going to put up stats.
I'm going to go there, and I'm going to come up with a hammy pull that's going to last 9 weeks and still get paid and still get drafted and still go to the combine and have incredible numbers. Yeah. The kids these days, that's probably be on his mind also. Yep. This could be strictly about money.
Hopefully that hamstring pull doesn't happen if he's playing in Austin. We don't need that.
Oh no, he wants numbers. He comes to Austin, he's looking to break some numbers. He's going to bring up some huge numbers here,
That's
which
the
he
hope.
could.
God, how good would that receiver
Oh
room
my
be?
God.
With Coleman, Wingo, and Mosley, plus Lockett and McCutcheon for now, plus Jermaine Bishop coming in.
Wow.
And Arch Manning in year 2.
Yeah,
Andrew
that's what I'm
Luke
saying.
Brown in the backfield. I just need some offensive linemen. Where's the beef?
I don't know. You were supposed to get that done. That was supposed to be the number one thing. Remember 5 guys in the portal on defense last year, the defensive line?
Yeah.
Where's the – I thought we were going to have this all straightened out. I thought Coach Flood and Sark were going to get together and say, we truly need to fix this thing here.
Buck, it was January of 1984 when Wendy's dropped that iconic commercial with the slogan, "Where's the beef?"
Yes.
It's January of 2026, and I'm asking that for Texas. Where's the beef? Now, I think it's coming. Texas is still going to sign 3, 4, maybe even 5 offensive linemen out of the portal. Keep in mind, they're losing 6, 2 to graduation, and they've had 4 guys hit the portal already there. So they need some people. Yeah, their top 2 targets were the 2 Michigan guys. They went back to Michigan. There's a Rutgers. There's a Wisconsin guy. So used to talking about Rutgers. Joe Brunner, who is in the portal, 2-year starter at left guard, all Big Ten honorable mention, very good player. He was actually a preseason All-American according to ESPN going into 2025.
6'5", 2'3", 390 probably.
I don't know about 390, but up there in the Midwest, Wisconsin, they know how to grow offensive linemen up there.
Yes, they do.
Would love this guy. Problem is Indiana's in the mix, and Indiana's viewed as the front runner right now. But Texas hoping to get him on campus and hoping to have a shot there. Jacarius Peak, offensive tackle from NC State. He was a guy that Texas kicked the tires on. One of the top tackles in the portal. He actually committed to South Carolina last night. I don't know if Texas ever offered him. I don't know, if that was just we got outbid or whatever. But he's gone. That was a name that I thought the Longhorns would be interested in. They hosted a kid from Oregon State yesterday. Sikorsky is his last name. I'm giving him the Spicoli treatment. He only gets one name. He's Sikorsky. Started 6 games at Oregon State this year. He's got 3 years of eligibility left. So a guy who can help you in 26, but also beyond.
Let's not forget where he just got through playing.
I know. Oregon State. I'll say it again, but he likes Beaver, so that's good.
That's true.
And yeah, there's not a lot of names right now that are being.
Where's the beef?
Texas. I know. Look, linebacker, the Kedu Luave kid from Cal on campus. That'd be a great get. And also Rasheem Biles from Pitt is on campus right now. I think he's the 2nd highest ranked linebacker in the portal. You get those 2 guys, we won't be talking about Leon Galafau anymore. No offense, Leonga, if you're listening. But, as with everybody else who Texas is interested in, the Longhorns aren't the only team interested here. Most of the guys who have chosen to not play at Texas are going back to their previous school. But now there are a lot of guys who are not considering going back home. So hopefully that means the Longhorns have a better chance to start.
And once again, there'll be guys that are leaving these 4 schools that are playing in these semifinals and stuff. They're not keeping all their guys.
No,
they're
just think so. But they're upgrading. I mean, Indiana's again. They've got the number 1 ranked portal class right now. It's number 1 or number 2. So they're not stopping. They're not slowing down.
They're not losing as many that are coming in. That's for sure. Like Texas is this year.
Right. And we'll see. Maybe they will once the playoff is done.
That's true. Some of those guys are going to go, I'm never playing here. I got to bail.
Yeah. But Oregon right now, they're another one of those schools. They've lost 14 and they've only added 3. Now they're still playing, so they've had their attention somewhere else. But Indiana, they've added 10. They've lost 1 so far.
Wow.
What is Curt Cignetti doing, man? What's that guy doing?
I don't know. He's doing it right now.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, he's the best coach in America. Yeah, look, Kirby Smart's got 2 titles, and Ryan Day's got a title, and Dabo's got 2. None of those guys, as good as they are, could do what Curt Cignetti is doing with Indiana right now. There's nobody. It's insane. Even if they lose tonight, it's still insane what he's done there. So they're good. They're here to stay. I hate like Joe Brunner, that Wisconsin offensive lineman. Back in the day, I mean, like 2 years ago, if a recruit was ever somehow between Texas and Indiana, you would just laugh and say, oh my God, we're good here. Now we might lose a really good left guard to Indiana. Not point guard, left guard, football.
How about that?
Crazy. So I think this weekend is going to be filled with a lot of news. Again, some of it's going to be bad. Texas isn't done losing players. Clearly, Kobe Black just hit the portal. But I do think we'll creep into the double digits in terms of additions. Right now, Texas is at 8. I think they'll get to double digits here today, tomorrow, and Sunday. But we need some good news because, again, more of it has been bad.
Yes, it has.
Up to now. All right, let's talk a little NFL, unless you have something more you want to add.
No, man. I need to talk about something fun. This has not been fun.
It's not been fun. Well,
no.
Your picks have not been fun for the people.
I think I had a pick last night that made the people very satisfied on a Thursday night.
You did. You did have Miami -3, but you're still down 100,000 units for the season.
Oh, that's easy. We can get rid of that here shortly.
You do have 100,000 units on the Hoosiers this evening.
Yep.
But you also have plenty of NFL games to pick as Super Wildcard Weekend gets rolling tomorrow. What do you have for the people to try to get them back in the green?
Who's Philadelphia playing?
San Francisco.
Man.
You don't sound very confident. You don't even know who these teams are playing. I thought you were going to have like a WWE style promo ready to go.
No, that's when we get to the semifinals. This one I don't like.
Let me give you the games.
Give me the games.
In chronological order. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll give you the lines too. You've got the Rams at the Panthers. LA is a 10.5-point road favorite.
And a half?
Mm-hmm. Tomorrow night, great rivalry. Packers at Bears. Green Bay, a 1.5-point road favorite. On to Sunday, Buffalo at Jacksonville. The Bills, a 1.5-point road favorite. Sunday afternoon, San Francisco visits Philly. The Eagles -5.5 in that one. Sunday night, Chargers at Patriots. New England -3.5. And you could say Monday's pick for Monday if you want, but obviously you're Houston Texans in Pittsburgh. The Texans 3-point road favorite. So you have 4 road favorites out of the 7 games. Actually,
right. I'll take the Rams for 50,000 unit play.
You're not worried about the 10 and the hook.
I'm worried about the hook, but I wasn't worried about the 10. I'm worried about the hook.
Okay.
I'll also take the Green Bay Packers. Is Love playing? Is this dude playing or not?
The belief is that Jordan Love will be playing tomorrow.
All right, I'll take them. Where's this game played at?
Soldier Field tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on
What's the difference?
Prime Video.
Hey, cold in Green Bay, cold in Chicago. I'll take Green Bay for 50,000 unit play.
All right.
I'm going to take New England for 100,000 unit play.
-3.5 against the Superchargers.
And then I'll wait on the Texans.
Okay. Nothing for Bills, Jags, or Niners, Eagles.
Yeah, I want to take the Eagles, but I don't want to. I don't want to lose any money for anybody there.
Okay.
And the Jags, I think the Jags. I'm going to put a little 25,000 unit play on the Jags winning the game.
All right. They're getting points at home.
Yeah.
Everyone feels like this has to be Josh Allen's time. You know, he always loses to Mahomes in the playoffs. There's no Mahomes in the playoffs. So
what better time for him to lose than to those Jags?
That'd be tough. Yeah, but Buffalo's, if they lose before the conference championship game,
you're done with all his MVPs and all his talk.
They got to fire their coach. I would have fired Sean McDermott like 2 or 3 years ago, for being honest. Yeah, like if they can't get it done this year with Mahomes and Andy Reid not involved, then when are they ever going to get it done? And it sucks. They're on the road because the Patriots won the division, so it's a little tougher than what it's been for Buffalo. They're not going to get to play in Orchard Park anymore, but they got to make it happen, man. You lose to Jacksonville.
And I'm going to take the Eagles at home.
You're doing it?
25,000 unit play.
All right, look at that. So you got games on all, or plays on all 5 games this weekend.
Yeah, the Eagles at home.
That's a huge 5.5 is a lot of points for me.
Or
And
San
we were
Fran.
talking about San Francisco was almost a 1 seed.
I
Remember?
know, and they're playing pretty good with a bunch of guys that are hurt. And
Their
they don't,
last game, they obviously lost to Seattle, and their offense just looked abysmal in that game. So they fell from 1 to 6. But like 2 weeks ago, people were like, "Oh, San Francisco might be the Super Bowl winner this year," and now it's 5.5 against a Philly team that's been all over the place. I mean, I think the Eagles are going to win the game, but that's too many points for my liking.
Yeah, we're gonna watch 2 great running backs. That'll be fun to watch.
Yeah. So we will see that Bears-Packers game. I'm excited to watch
So
that.
we're still sure that the running back is coming to Texas?
Raleek Brown?
Yeah, he's coming, right?
He's coming to Texas.
Nothing has changed.
Nothing has changed. Feels like a fair question with the way things have gone down this week.
Yeah, I like him. I like him. I mean, I think there may be another one that's out there that may be just a little bit bigger if you could get him. But I like what he does. I like what he does in the passing game too, BK.
Yeah.
He is a willing pass catcher. He wants to be – you can tell by when he runs routes and gets out that he wants the ball thrown to him. And he was so much a part of their offense where their quarterback would look downfield. They would look to him immediately. And they get him one-on-one. And, man, he can catch and he can make that first guy miss. As I said, I just don't like him as a finisher because of it just size-wise. He's not – when he runs between the tackles, he runs hard and he's got a good body lean, but he's not going anywhere. When the pile comes, that's where it ends right there.
Yeah, well, I think he fills a lot of holes that Texas had in their running back room in 2025, right?
But he's got better speed than Wisner. He's not that kind of – if he breaks away, nobody's catching him. He's a 30-yard run is going to the house. There's not going to be somebody that was 15 yards behind him that's going to catch him.
They didn't have that this year.
No.
They didn't have that home run threat out of the backfield this year, and they didn't have that pass-catching threat out of the backfield this year, and the offense severely missed that.
Yes.
It was a huge part of what Texas did in 2024. And they didn't have a Jaden Blue type. Again, Raleek Brown is a better Jaden Blue with less fumbling problems.
Right.
So that's good. I think people like Jaden Blue.
And Arch has lost his roommate. Now he's got a new catchy catch guy too.
Raleek Brown is the new catchy catch guy?
Well, he's got to be. That guy's got to catch 40-some balls, this year, 40, 45 balls for them to have a playoff berth.
Yeah, last year, being 2024, Texas had 2 running backs with more than 40 catches. It's Trey Wisner and Jaden Blue.
Man.
This year, I think Trey Wisner had 22 receptions to lead all Longhorn running backs.
That's some production loss there now.
Big time. Big time. And that's a big part of the Steve Sarkisian offense. I mean, we call him Screen Sarkisian. That's a nickname I gave him years ago because of how often he would use his running backs in the passing game. Now, this year
yeah, that's right. Until I forget all this portal talk. Miami doesn't have a coach any longer, do they?
This year it was Tunnel Screen Sarkisian. Who doesn't have a coach anymore?
The Dolphins.
Oh, the Dolphins. Yeah, Mike McDaniel got canned. That was yesterday, I guess?
Yeah.
You worried about something?
I don't know. I have to ask Desmond Howard when he's taking his trash out.
Yeah, Desmond Howard. Oh man, don't throw stones from your glass house, Des. Where's the Michigan coach? What happened to that guy?
Yeah, really.
And Texas's coach isn't going to be back in 2026. What happened to your coach, sir? Oh, there's a tennis ball on the ground over here. Interesting. Oh man, look, I kid you not. I've gotten like multiple texts from people this week about Sark going to the NFL. Like, is he going? Hey, I heard that he might be interested in Baltimore now that job's open. Hey, could he go to Vegas? They've got the #1 pick. Does he want that gig? And now with Miami, it's going to be more. I'm going to get another text today. I already know. Once those rumors went out there, like they're going to stay out there forever. Going to stay out there forever. So I'm maintaining that I feel very strongly about Steve Sarkisian being the head coach at the University of Texas in 2026.
I tell you what, I'd never felt strongly about that they would lose 20 guys in the portal. I mean, that is truly telling me how things have changed in a hurry.
Yeah, they have. And look, we talked about the other blue bloods earlier, the problems that Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia, Notre Dame and Michigan are dealing with. I mean, this is not updated because the number for Texas is at 23, but this is the number of SEC transfers, departing players. I mean, Texas is barely in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Texas isn't even in the top half. I guess now they may be. They may have passed Tennessee, although the Vols might have had a couple of guys transferred too since this was put together. But Texas isn't at the top of the SEC. They're not at the top of college football in terms of the amount of guys who are leaving. So, again, I don't know if this makes anybody feel better at all. We care about Texas more than we care about what's happening with other schools. But it's more of a changing of the sport than, oh, shit, we got to panic here in Austin. Game has changed.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I always thought that it would be because, you know, guys would get here and find out that, you know, even though somebody made some errors in recruiting them and whatever, that they would just start panicking and say, I can't play here. And that's what a lot of this will still be, that they still have to recruit high school players.
Yeah.
But they'll find out when they get here that, you know, the coach really liked me and I was good. And then they find out I'm just not good enough and I got to get out. And even I know I'm not good enough and I got to get out of here.
Yeah, I think more money is going to start going to the portal than to high school. Again, the Colin Simmons, the Tyler Atkinsons, the Justin Terrys, the best of the best, the 5 stars, those guys are still going to get paid a bunch. But are the high 4 stars who it's like, yeah, we're paying you because we think we can develop you.
Right.
And 2-3 years down the road, we think you could be a key contributor. Are those guys going to continue getting paid what they have been in the last 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, well, that kind of thing has to jump from forget 2 or 3 years. Can we have you ready by the end of your freshman year? Can I get you in some games that by the time you're a sophomore, you know, hell, I'm going to have a lot of playing time because I got a bunch as a freshman. It's not going to be one of those, I never got on the field as a freshman, and you're telling me as a sophomore, I'm going to then get on the field.
Yeah.
You better, if they're 5-star guys, they better get in. They better be part of your plans, like you said, because if they're part of your money plans, they better be part of your game plans too.
Of course. And that's where, again, I don't know if Steve Sarkisian will ever come out and say they made a mistake bringing in the number one.
No coach wants to do that. I never want to do that. I made plenty of mistakes on running backs that didn't make it, that barely could even be on the team. Why is he even here?
I said it.
Everybody does that.
Excuse me, Bug. I said it yesterday. Like, Texas was hampered by all of the money they had sitting on the bench in 2025 because they made it a point of emphasis to win as many marquee high school recruiting battles as they could.
Sure.
That's why they brought in the number 1 class in the country. It's a very cool thing to brag about. But a lot of those guys got paid a lot to sign, and they ended up getting paid a lot to sit. And I don't think Steve Sarkisian wants to do that anymore.
Oh no, when you overload with that many receivers and they're all getting paid and they don't play, and one guy gets a couple catches, that's gonna get you missing some of those receivers.
Yeah, and Texas doesn't want to pay them to. Again, Jamie French was going to be 5th, 6th on the depth chart.
Yeah.
So why would you pay him a bunch of money to not play?
No, you can't do that anymore.
Exactly. So, and then Jamie French is going to get offered because of the type of recruit he was. Somebody's going to be interested in him. He may turn out to be a great player in college football. But if you're Texas, these are year-to-year deals. So you got to be thinking about, okay, what is this guy going to give me on this 1-year contract that I give him? And if the answer is one catch, yeah, for 6 yards or whatever it was, then you can't pay him as much as somebody else.
Yeah, and you as the head coach, you as the head coach are looking around at yourself. You're looking at your position coach. You're looking at the kid going, wait a minute. You mean this is all this kid's going to give me for 1 year is 1 catch, 6 yards, and I'm going to look at the wide receiver coach and go, dude, come on now. You loved him. You saw him on film in high school. You saw everything he was. You saw how much everybody wanted him, and this is where you got him too. I'm going to be leaning on everybody. That's why you've leaned so hard on their offensive line coach. Like, this is what you're giving me? Even though we've been together all these years, this is what we've come up with this year?
Right. Yeah, the O-line coach deserves way more heat, I think, because nobody was good in that room. At least the wide receivers. He's
making money like some of these kids.
Of course.
More money.
Of course. Texas hadn't gotten much from Kyle Flood recently. They have not gotten any offensive linemen from the portal either yet.
Oh, yeah. I forget about that part either. You were asking, where's the beef?
Yeah, no beef yet. No beef yet. All right, quick shout out to McCall Custom Homes. If you want to upgrade your home in 2026, McCall Custom Homes, that's who you call. Mike McCall, great buddy of ours, big Longhorn fan, big TSU supporter. If you want a new kitchen, new bathroom, maybe you want a putting green in your backyard like the Buck has, they can do it all for you. They're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. A ton of experience. It's a father-son team with more than 4 decades of experience here in Central Texas, so they know what it takes to turn a Central Texas home into something truly, truly special. All you have to do is go to their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. They're offering free estimates to TSU listeners, so no risk at all to at least have them out to your place and tell them about your vision. They'll tell you what they can do, and then boom, you go from there. McCallCustomHomesATX.com. And some love to Hurricane Hecht. That's Ryan Hurricane Hecht, your go-to personal injury attorney here in Central Texas. If you or somebody you know gets hurt in a car wreck, gets injured on the job, suffers any kind of personal injury, got to reach out to the very best. That is Hurricane Hecht. 512-938-8929, hechtlawfirm.com for more info. Been a personal buddy of mine for a decade plus. Been fighting for justice and big results for a decade plus. He will do the same for you. Justice will be served with Hurricane Hecht. Don't forget it. Buck, I keep forgetting to show this, but I did find it funny, so I will show it now. This is a Reddit post. Are you a big Reddit guy?
No, I'm not. I've never read it.
Nice. Well done there. Have you ever heard of Reddit?
I have.
Okay, that's good. This was a question posed by an Ohio State fan. Should the NCAA have Ohio State and Miami redo their game in case it was a big fluke? No disrespect to the Hurricanes, says the poster. I'm a firm believer that Miami beating OSU is a huge fluke and robs the Buckeyes of truly accomplishing what they're capable of accomplishing. I spent the last few minutes in pure disbelief, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I spent the entire regular season watching Ohio State play great football, and it's just not fair. If the Bucks lose again, I will face that the Canes deserve the win, but I am just 100% sure it was a fluke and does a big disservice to the Bucks and the NCAA.
Yeah, man never was on the moon. Fluke person, stargazer.
Well, that one I actually believe, so maybe I do believe this guy.
There you go.
We just invented the green screen long before anybody knew we did. That's how we got Lance Armstrong up there.
Yeah,
Buzz Williams. I think those were the two guys.
Buzz Williams. Yes. Yeah, this is the goofy right
So
here.
what do you think? Should they have replayed the game? I guess now that Miami won again, maybe it is no fluke.
Miami may really beat their ass this time.
I don't know, man. Ohio State was a 10-point favorite. That means they had to be the better team, right?
Supposedly.
That didn't quite work out that way.
Canes are for real.
Canes look good. I mean, you can't make it this far into the playoff and not be for real.
No, Carson Beck's pretty good.
And their running back's good. Their offensive line is good. And they manhandle you, man. They whip you up front. I got to go back and watch.
They got guys in the secondary that, that they don't talk a lot about, but are just great athletes. They can't catch, but obviously,
right.
They're not going to make great receivers, but they're in spots where the ball is.
They won that game because of their offense, though. And the penalties, man. Can you get away with 10 penalties against Indiana or Oregon? I don't think so.
No. BK, my wife brought something up to me yesterday that I'm definitely surprised that you and Ronnie never brought up on these shows here. And for her, because things generally find you, for some reason they found her at this late stage of her, she's into all her, her Bible study and stuff. But I don't even know how this got to be the Bible deal. But she showed me an article about the big offensive lineman at the Minnesota Vikings, who is now retired, that he is suing his wife because his wife has been talking about his member. That was,
you're allowed to send me this stuff, by the way. If you want me to talk about it on the show, you're going to have to send it to me.
I know what you're talking about. The size of two Coke cans.
Why hasn't this found you?
This stuff finds me from people giving it to me.
Yeah.
You got to give it to me.
Ronnie, did you see that? My wife told me about this guy.
The size of 2 Coke cans, right?
2 Coke cans and
Coke
maybe
cans.
A third.
Yeah, man. That's big.
Is that big or small? That's big,
No,
right?
Coke can, and we're talking about girth too.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 Coke cans wide, but like
Talking about the lineman?
We're talking about two,
Yeah.
3 straight behind. Yeah, two
Two
of
of
those, not beside each other, top to top, and then the girth on that, but maybe a third one even.
But I can't turn it sideways because there's still some in here. But you're talking length or width here?
I'm talking about 3 length.
It was both. I saw that. It was both of them.
And why is he mad about that? It's making him sound awesome.
Where is the beef?
I got it.
Where is the beef?
I'm upset that she's been out there publicly putting that out there because that's what wrecked their marriage. He was too big for the actions.
Well, and he's mad that she is airing
Telling
the dirty
people.
laundry.
Well, I mean, obviously the locker room guys have known it for years, but she said it on a podcast, some guy's podcast. She's a podcaster, but she said it on some now he's ready to sue her.
Oh,
He wants to sue her, right?
Oh,
yes.
Oh.
For what? Defamation?
Dude.
Yes.
Dudes.
Yes.
We talked about this months ago.
Yeah, you're
We
carrying
did?
around a loaded weapon.
Yes. Now the development is the lawsuit. That is new. That is a part of the story that I did not know about. But we talked about how some football player's wife, they got divorced because she went on a podcast and said it was too big. And
So
they
we did
couldn't
talk
have
about-
intercourse.
Listen, I would have known if we were talking about a member like this.
We talked about it. You're old. You don't remember stuff. I'm disappointed in Ronnie and Wags not remembering.
I don't remember this at all.
Well, check the tape.
What was the guy's name?
I'll go back and find the tape. That's how adamant I am. It'll take me 3 hours today because I don't remember when it was, but we did. If it's the same story, if it's the same person, maybe it's 2.
He's
different.
now retired. He played for Minnesota, Callis or something. Khalil. My wife says, "You mean you guys have never talked about it?" I said, "I don't recall." BK.
Matt Khalil, we talked about this. Guaranteed.
I mean, I don't think that I'd feel defamed. I mean,
No.
right?
Yeah, what's
Well, I don't know if it deters people away from checking stuff out down there, then yeah, man, it's kind of defamation, bro. Like no one's gonna touch you because of it,
dude.
Well,
I think
he
there's
does
going to
have
be
to be in
some
the shower
women.
with other dudes, so they know.
I think there's going to be some women who like, I want to see what this
I
experience
want to
is
see
like.
how far this can stretch.
Oh,
Yeah. What's the opposite of defamation? Famation? This is famation here, dudes. This is great.
Blow me up.
I mean, seriously, Coke. I mean, OLIPOP, 3 OLIPOP cans long and the width.
I agree
Man.
with this. You don't deserve the giant hog if you're going to act this way. If you're not going to be grateful for a gift to God, this is like getting your breast size reduced. You're slapping God in the face.
Oh my
You're going to complain that God has you too well endowed.
yeah. I don't really
I
see a
guess it
problem
could get
with
in
that.
the way.
on this, dude.
Right?
Meanwhile,
Well, he's
I'm over here like the size of just this little top of the Coke can.
Dude, I'm sitting here going like this, trying to get all the pressure in my body to pop it out.
Oh my God.
Oh man, how much water do I need to drink today to make this
He is
look
now
like
he
it?
is now on the lawsuit because of what she said on a podcast.
Okay, we'll have more details and we'll get the audio from the podcast for next week's shows. But I know we talked about this, guys. I'm convinced. I didn't realize though he was suing. That is the new update here.
Wow.
Not only are you going to have the gift from God, but you're going to get the money because someone.
Well, he's been offered. He got offered a gig from an adult film deal to do a deal. You know,
You become a
That's not his
Hurricane
wife.
fan.
That's
You
not
become a
his wife.
Hurricane fan.
That's danger. That's
She
that's
becomes
not
your
his wife.
fan. That's her.
Yeah, I'm a
That is
fan
not
of her.
his wife, Lar.
His
I know, that's who that is.
Oh,
Miami
Well-
Hurricane fan.
stranger danger.
yeah, his here's a picture of the actual woman in question here. Let me see if I can overtake your screen share, Double R. There
All
you
right.
go. So that's his model ex-wife. So I
Yeah.
don't know. Is he suing for her modeling money or is he suing for his money because of the divorce? And he lost a bunch of it.
Well, I mean, I think they've been divorced for a year or two now. He's suing because she got on the podcast and defamed him about his Johnson.
Yeah, again, I think it's famed.
Do you think it is famed? Do you think it's famed him?
He's famous now because of that Johnson. He's getting offered porn deals because of it. That seems like he's making money, not losing it.
Sounds like life after football to me, right?
It honestly depends on what studio he's going to for porn. Honestly,
Wags knows. Wags knows all the good. Some of them are just not good studios.
Yeah,
are they?
Exactly. You gotta be in a classy studio for porn.
There you go.
So okay, would the Horn Studio qualify as a good?
No, that's up there. It's probably like a C tier. It's probably like a C. I mean, if you bring the blanket back, we can upgrade it to C.
You remember that one room did have the couch?
No, I took that couch.
No, you didn't.
I did. I did take that couch at one point. Right, I did.
What do you mean?
The leather couch? I used that leather couch one time for my man cave for a while.
Yeah. No, wait a minute, not the one that people were sleeping on when they'd come in.
No, not that one, not the L-shaped one, but the little small one where we used to try and cram
I know I brought a blanket up there years, and that same blanket was every time somebody was sick and laying on that couch, they would use that same blanket. I mean, it never got washed. It just stayed there, and I would see that over the top of people's heads and stuff.
Smallpox blanket is what we called it.
Yeah, that little green blanket. Oh my God,
that was great. It had a lot of character to it.
Yeah. Oh, it had character to it, and it had all the kind of stuff stuck to it, probably too.
Well, then you had the one couch right outside the studio.
I walked in one time, and Collier was sitting there with his girlfriend under the blanket, producing a show.
I was worried that you had taken that couch because there were some bodily fluids that were on that couch.
Oh yeah, that couch is no longer in this house. That couch I think Sam actually ended up taking.
Oh my God!
Well, there you go. That's a good.
Goes all the way back to Sam.
Yeah, I think Sam actually ended up taking the couch.
To the 20 people who know what we're talking about, this is the funniest thing ever, right here.
Oh
You got to be OG Horn fan to know about this stuff. That's gold.
All right, boys, listen, have a great weekend and be careful, please.
You too, Buck.
See you later, man.
Enjoy the weekend, guys. Thank y'all.
Later, buddy.
Take care, buddy.
What's up, amigo?
Hi, buddy. How you doing? Did you enjoy that football game last night?
Dude, were we wrong or what, man? I guess
I got it.
Technically, we weren't all wrong. I'm sitting here, calling Ole Miss here. Maybe I was wrong on Carson Beck, right? I thought maybe Carson Beck would kind of return to the form of the last few seasons we've seen from Carson Beck. Here's the one thing though, he does have a pro arm, all right, and that was on display last night. The wheels, the mobility, still not there in my opinion, but was able to kind of escape and get out of the grasp of that last would-be tackler, to able to sit there and scramble and get into the end zone there and put the Hurricanes up for the dub, man, with the last, 3 seconds, like 30 seconds left or whatever. But then, Chambliss and company tried to make it a game. 40 yards in 30 seconds or 13 seconds or some shit like that. And unfortunately, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna be that guy. There was pass interference on the last play of the game. If you're the ref, though, you're in a situation you have to let that play out. Unless it's absolutely egregious pass interference, you have to call it. There was PI on the play. I just don't think it was enough to warrant the flag. So, in that instance, it has to be basically you got to be mauled. You absolutely have to be mauled. Was he shielded away from the ball and kind of forced out of bounds? Absolutely. Was it a catchable ball? Yes, it was a catchable ball as well. Was he impeded? Yes.
There was pass interference on both sides there. Those dudes were all over each other. I think now
you got to fight for the ball. You're right.
Sure. If that play would have been more towards the middle of the field, I think maybe you could have gotten something called. But the way that pass was thrown towards the corner of the end zone is kind of a jump ball. It just so happened that receiver was there in really good coverage. But you can't let that game end that way. In my opinion.
And this is a great point by Steven here. Delgado, you kind of hit it on the head. I don't have the number right off of my page right now, but I believe they ran the ball they ran over 80 plays, just absolutely gassed the defense, the defense of the Rebels. So we talk about it too. Sometimes even the 3-yard runs, they might not add up immediately right away, but they take a toll on the defense towards the latter portions of the game, and that is a perfect display of what we were talking about.
The Miami offense had the ball.
Thank you.
The Miami defense or the Miami offense had the ball for 41 minutes. 41 minutes, 60-minute football game, no overtime. That's pretty much domination on TOP, right? Yeah, and it was just over 41. So that tells you there when we talk about Carson Beck, like yesterday when we're like, okay, does he go to some of the old tendencies of screwing up? He had plenty of time to do it. Because they had the ball. Look, man, this is where I go back to Wags. You and I preach on here all the time about trench warfare, winning the line of scrimmage. Baby doll last night was the prime example.
It doesn't have to be chunk plays, right? It can be marginal. Okay. It can be 2 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards, -1, 3 yards, 2 yards, -2. It's going to go like that, right? But it's going to be marginal gains, minimal, losses there, but you have to constantly or be consistent with it and able to wear down the defense, man. And again, so easy to go away from your run, right? Or to abandon any type of run scheme, especially when you go up against a high-powered offense, right? But Miami didn't have to do that last night. They were basically in control all damn night, man. Credit to Cristobal and company, dude. That great game plan. Fantastic game.
And where I thought that ultimately was going to come back and get Miami at the end was they had the ball so long, and then the penalties. I mean, that last sequence there with all the penalties that the Miami offense was. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's when I thought, okay, you've had the ball so long, you're going to lose the game.
So that's my problem, right? I felt like the last couple of drives, the refs were dictating the game. Okay.
Oh, they became involved.
Especially the last drive. The last drive, they were dictating the game. All right. Yep. So they let it all go. All right. It was calls, pass interference, extending the play. And that was just for Miami. Not even. No, there was a PI, I think. No, there wasn't. There was not. Ole Miss did not get a penalty called for them in their favor on their last drive. But the penultimate drive, the sequence right before that with Miami going down the field, PIs all over the place. I mean, extended plays for Miami to get down there. And then all of a sudden, when it gets handsy and a little bit physical, after you've been calling and dictating what's been going down, you're just like, oh, we're going to let them play. That's my issue. All right. Like if it's got to be consistent the entire damn game. I think that's everybody's issue. If you're going to be heavy with the flags, stay heavy with the flags. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was the thing, like in the time that I really enjoyed the NBA, not that I don't enjoy it now, but it was like when you had a big game, you could always tell the tone of what the officials were going to do by the way the game started. It's like, okay, they're going to let them play tonight. And it stayed that way. You didn't have the fluctuation, but last night it really was right there towards the end. It was like, I mean, just penalties galore. And I'm like, Miami is going to shoot themselves in the foot and lose this game that they have dominated. But God, I love when the offensive line wins games for you, man. That is so cool to see. That is so cool to see. And that's what they did.
I thought they were fantastic. They stayed out of the game the most of the game until, the fourth quarter when they started dictating a little bit of the extended plays. That's where I started to have a problem with it, right? If you're going to stay out of the game, stay out of the game. If you're going to be in the game, be in the game, right? Yeah. Just consistency, my dude.
I wasn't going to go old man this morning until somebody else did it. And I'm not saying you're old. I don't know if you are, but yeah, after 7 seasons, Carson Beck figured out how not to make that pivotal mistake and he got his moment. He got his moment. I'll give him that. It was impressive. He played a hell of a game, dude. I'm telling you, this guy, when it comes to looking at these quarterbacks going to the NFL, I think somebody might get a sleeper with this guy if he can be taught and kind of molded the right way, because I think some of that stuff is really there for him to play at that next level on Sundays and sometimes Saturdays.
I agree with some of it because I do see flashes, right? He does have a pro build. I see flashes of he's got strong arm, big arm, right? Maybe it's the mentality. Maybe it's, going over and getting into the QB room and just going over film, right? Being able to dissect the defense, pre-snap reads, and then, getting your offense into better situations. Or maybe we were just spoiled because we saw Quinn do that, a good portion of the time. But ultimately, I think you need that to be able to develop or populate into the NFL mold, right? And sure, if Carson Beck can bring that in his game, all right, I'll give him a chance. But at this point, I just seen him make too many mistakes and throw the game away for me to kind of give him that tip of the hat. But because of the disparity in the quarterback play, sure, Carson Beck's going to be one of the most touted out quarterbacks coming out of this draft class.
Yeah, especially if he wins a national championship, then that's really going to kind of add to it. You forget some of the other stuff. But back to the offensive line thing. One of the things that the play that I thought was really cool last night was the the screen pass to Malachi Tony on the
Tony,
touchdown.
it goes against the grain. You saw the wall get formed out there, right?
That's the part. There was like 4 dudes right there, man. You could not execute that any better. And that's
most of that was on Tony, if you kind of saw that, right? Because the wall was set up to block to the outside, and Tony went against the grain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So and once the flow of traffic is going this way, and Tony's got the speed and ability and athleticism. This dude's supposed to be a senior this year. Is that what I heard last year?
Yeah.
He's supposed to be a senior this year in high school.
This year. Yeah.
Anyways, but yeah, once Tony got
smart. He's that smart. He's already in college. He's that smart. He's already in college.
Or he's that athletic.
Something, right? How's that happen?
He's got something going on. He's being able to get ahead of the curve there. But anyways, once you catch the ball going like that and that speed, and everybody's going, the flow of traffic's going that way, it's kind of natural progression to kind of go against the flow there. And sure enough, that's what he did, man. Yeah, I thought Ole Miss was going to take it. As soon as they scored that last touchdown, I thought, all right, well, Miami, especially because they weren't able to get into the end zone. It felt like they were just chipping away at them with field goals and 3 field goals, during the night. And then sure enough, they finally answer and get into the end zone to get to 6. And then they go for 2, they get to 2. And I was just like, all right, it's destined. All right, they're up 3. Here we go. All of a sudden, Miami, man. Miami shoots it with Tony there on that bubble screen, man. Bubble screens can work. Bubble screens can work.
I tell you, man.
Except for when you're at Texas. So,
well, that fourth quarter, the back and forth right there. It honestly, Wags, it's really amazing to go back and, like, when we look at the time of possession and all that we kind of threw out there a while ago, that this game came down to as close as it did. I mean, that it came down to a last second throw right there, because it was time of possession, all of that dominated by Miami. But when Ole Miss had to turn up the wick and had to go out there and score touchdowns, they did, and they did it at will. They did it really easily. It seemed like, and that's where you start thinking about for Ole Miss. I mean, I hate to go down this road. We got a national championship to play, one semi tonight, which hopefully will be equally as electrifying. But it's
I doubt it will, because
I don't think so either, man.
We don't usually get a gift twice like that, right, back to back. I mean, that was one hell of a game. I'm okay with that, calling that a national championship game, honestly. I mean, I know it's not, but hell, that was, and it really didn't get that great until like the fourth quarter.
I know,
right?
I know. It was good enough to keep you invested. This is one of those games to where it's like, whether you have to sit here and talk about it like we do, or you're just a football fan, to where it's like, if you don't have a rooting interest, if you're not for either one of those teams, you just sit there and you watch it and you're like, God damn, I love this game. I love football.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still like, football's the money driver, right? But ultimately, like, I think basketball's more fun for me to watch too, just because I don't know, more involved with my son. I think with basketball, I love hockey's very fast, 2.5 hours and the hockey game's over. But yeah, football is the money driver, bro. And I guess it really doesn't matter if you got skin in the game. When you're seeing a contest like that, it's easy to watch.
It's so funny that the modern day sports fan is so different, because a lot of times the modern day sports fan is a bettor. So it's like you start laying money on these games, and fantasy football and dynasty leagues and all that. It's like football fans these days, I mean, may not be the typical, like, where I'm sitting here talking about, man, I love the battles in the line of scrimmage, and I love when you have great guard play, and talking about how tight ends can be so pivotal and all that. Sports fans these days are like, they get totally into this shit, but it's, financial reasons or whatever. And that's great, whatever the case. And I have to tell you, I wonder what the ratings will be for that last night. Because
I don't know
if you caught it late, if you turned it on in the fourth quarter, holy shit, you saw one hell of a football game. So
yeah, it was a little bit of a snoozer in the first half, right? Third quarter started to shape up just a little bit, and then the fourth quarter was a lot of the action and the climax. Here's the thing. I saw somebody quoted, or I can't find the quote here in the chat channel right now, but somebody said something about Cristobal and being able to build a line, right? And that's usually what he does. Wherever he goes, he builds up that offensive, not just the offensive line, the defensive line too is usually pretty sound and intact, right? You saw that on display last night too. A little bit of a quiet night from the two studs up front for Miami though. That team defensive speed was still on display though. Cristobal, right? He loses basically he's going to lose most of the anchor of that offensive line there. He's going to lose 4 guys. maybe 5. Maybe another one gets drafted. I don't know. But at least 4 guys are coming off of that offensive line. Is Cristobal going to be able to rebuild that line like he has this season? And ultimately, that was the recipe and the formula for their success, right? Being able to just pave the way and kind of win in every type of battle for trench warfare. Yeah, and let Fletcher just kind of eat, right? And then Beck throw off of that. And when you got a weapon like Tony, you know, who knew that you were going to have a redshirt freshman or not even a redshirt freshman, a true freshman like Tony be able to step in and make the magic happen. So the U on full display, man.
I think a lot of it for Ruben Bain and that group being a quiet night, they weren't on the field much. They were only on the field 19 minutes.
That is very true, too. They were not on the field that much.
The thing about Mario Cristobal, I mean, you see him, and it's like, I know some of the game decisions and in-game decisions and all that comes up for him, but it is that dude's an offensive lineman. You know, I mean, not that offensive lineman. I mean, when you think of these, you know, coaches that are, you know, the Sean McVays and all these offensive minded, you know, that do magical things. I mean, this dude's just a gritty guy. And you see the aggression, man, when that coach hugged him after the touchdown and he's like, you get the,
oh yeah. It's not over yet. Yeah.
Yeah. He's like, and then with Scott Van Pelt after the thing, I think he wanted to reach through the screen and like choke Scott Van Pelt, you know, after the game in that conversation. But Cristobal is just, man, he's a trench guy and
finds a way to get it done, man. Again, not exactly the greatest reputation, right? Especially, you know, finds ways to lose games as a head coach often at times. And then, well, sure enough, was able to put together one hell of a trench warfare type of army this year, and this unit is moving forward, coming off of a 7-8. Excuse me, 10-3. They were 10-3 last year. My bad.
And I thought about that this morning, Wags, where we were talking about, you know, with the Disney thing. If Ole Miss and Indiana, you know, you get that matchup, and it's like, oh, you know, the committee got it right. Well, imagine if you get Oregon and Miami, Mario Cristobal, both places, committee got it right. I mean, we're going to have.
Yeah, we keep talking about that. I think it's a pretty good season. It's been an awesome postseason so far, right? Like, I think we have to remove the burnt orange Kool-Aid here from breakfast and be able to talk reality here. And it's been a pretty fun postseason football. It has. So besides the first round, right? The first round was a shit show. We knew that, and it kind of has to work itself out, right? But yeah, the quarterfinals in the first semifinal was fantastic. Hopefully we get a dandy with Oregon and Indiana tonight.
Yeah, you know, it's so like if I'm going to watch a sporting event with my wife, I have to like explain. So last night she's like, okay, college football playoff, what happens here? You know, she had some kind of idea. So, but I have to tell
it with you though, like.
Yeah. I had to give her the tail of the tape though. You know, who's in this? You know, how is all this? And so I explained to her the whole Ole Miss thing, kind of with Lane Kiffin in a nutshell, and kind of the Oregon thing, how Oregon and Indiana, the Cinderella in Miami, you know, trying to come back. And she's like, these sound like really good matchups. Why are you mad? Just because Texas isn't here? I said, I'm not mad. I said, I'm just saying that maybe that you could have had a different roster of teams in this. And she's like, well, it sounds like this is a pretty good setup. So when you look at it that way, yeah. But hey, I'll go back to the objective point. I get to watch it without any vested interest because my team's not in there. But no, that was very entertaining last night, man.
31-27.
Good stuff, man.
And we got wild card this week, and we got a lot to do this. We got a lot of football, buddy. Wild card, bitches.
We still got one tonight. Still got one tonight to set the other opponent.
Yeah, we got the semifinal tonight, and then we got the wild card this weekend. A lot of good football to get. And of course, there's going to be some college basketball on Saturday as well. Where do you want to go next, partner?
You want to jump into talk a little bit about what we got tonight with the rematch?
We watch Stranger Things together. I haven't seen the 5th season of Stranger Things. Have you tuned in?
One of my daughters is all into that thing. One of my daughters is all into that.
I mean, I've seen the 4 seasons.
I have no clue what that is.
I have seen the 4 Seasons Hotel or restaurant. It's a great restaurant, as a matter of fact. But I have seen the rest of the 4 seasons of Stranger Things. Here's a question. I'm sure they're going to have a recap for season 5 or season 4, like all the seasons. But do I need to rewatch to kind of rekindle everything, or will they do a good job at kind of connecting the dots for season 5? Because honestly, I thought it was. I thought after season 4 they killed the demon or whatever, the stranger thing, and everything was going to be fine. And they were going to come back from the upside down and get out of make believe land, or DOD. What is it? Dungeons and Dragon land, or whatever the hell they're going on.
Yeah, I don't really know what that is. One of the kids watches it. The older daughter watches it. My wife knows what it is, but I don't see her constantly watching that like she watches K-pop stuff. But it's I will tell you one thing. The other day,
what?
Oh, my wife and K-pop, dude.
Who?
My wife, huh?
Who?
My wife.
I know. Who are you saying? Who? Your wife and who?
K-pop. That K-pop that we've talked about. That music genre.
K-pop. I got it. I can't hear you half the time, man. And I don't know if you're saying a new celebrities half the time, or if you're talking about
her and her friends. They have a Wednesday night meetup to watch K-pop. I'm like, can y'all do that on
I'm
Zoom?
all right with no, Pat. No, whatever.
I'm like,
why not just watch pop? Why do you have to go get Korean pop? Why can't you go get American pop?
I don't know what the
is Korean the only pop that's in the world these days? Is there no Justin Timberlake anymore?
I guess it's the only cool one. I think what it is, it sounds like the 80s, I guess, because these are all 80s people, so I guess that's why they like that
Double
stuff.
R. All pop is 80s.
Well,
pop,
yeah, the good one. If it's going to be good, it is. If it's going to be good. But Stranger Things, as a matter of fact, the other day when we were heading down to see our man Jay Willems over at Sue Patrick over there on Burnett Road, I saw that there's a bar there. They're going to have a Stranger Things trivia on January 20th. I vividly saw that and remembered it and put in my memory bank to tell my oldest kid for her to go be social, go meet people.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be going to that either. So
I won't, because I don't know what that is. I have no clue what that is.
It's trivia night, clearly.
The Stranger Things. I don't know what Stranger Things is.
Oh yeah. Well, watch the seasons then. But yeah, I have seen the 4 seasons. I'm gonna check out season 5 probably when I get around to it after all the sports and everything is done, and we're kind of in a lull for sports here, dude.
Yeah. Oh, here we go.
There's just so much. There's so much shows to watch or that I need to catch up with. Right, there are just so many of them. I'm kind of catching up on Fallout. Like, I think I'm up to date on everything. I've seen the 4th episode of season 2. I don't think there's another episode out just yet. But yeah, that's outside of sports, that's the only thing else that I'm kind of watching. I guess I was watching a little bit of what happened? What'd you see here? To the bar?
That's not what I meant. I meant for her to go meet people. I didn't mean the last part. End up in bed later. Come on, Bear. Come on, man.
I've been watching a little bit of Landman too, but
I watched a few episodes of that, and I liked that Landman.
Did you watch? Did you hold on? I get it. You watched a few episodes of season 1.
Yeah,
that's why you like it.
Allie Larder.
You like the little girl parading around and shit.
No, I like the older lady, Miss Larder.
I'm messing around with you, bro.
Oh, by the way, last night, Wags, your little trick there that you did. So I send Wags a link last night. I'm like, Wags, check out this link. And Wags shoots me back this message and says, dude, and it goes to like what was that you sent me?
I don't know. You sent it. You sent it.
No. I sent that to my wife. I said, open this and tell me what you get. And she said, it's something about a sports network.
Okay, so the link that you sent me was the best gay podcast out there. That's the link that you sent, and we will pull up the screen share.
You don't have to do
right?
that.
I can share the screen with people and show you what you posted.
Well,
and so everybody, like Double R's asking me, hey man, check this link out. What you said is kind of we kind of spoke it into fruition. And I said, okay, I'll click the link, and I answered back. I said, hey, are you sure that this is the correct link? And he said, yeah, it should pop up after, the little snippet there. I click it, and it takes me to what Rodney was listening to right before that was the best gay podcast. And I'm just like, bro, like, seriously, what the hell, man? I hit him back with it. I said, "This is what you sent me," and he goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, wrong link. I sent you the wrong link. Let me send you another thing." And sure enough, it sends me the best gay podcast out there. Which, I mean, I'm cool. Maybe he's just trying to be cultured. I don't. And if you guys don't believe me, I'll show you the screenshot of Double R, what he sent to me.
So I guess the thing, you have to close like all your windows, I guess, when you're sending links, I guess. So
I think so. So maybe you had a few open, and you gotta kill your cookies. All right, you gotta get rid of the cookies, okay, or else those links will still dude on dude podcast.
Well, then we get remember when our show first started, Wags, that one day that we were doing our show, and that one guy kept, because I keep seeing gay thrown out a lot today when it comes to Stranger Things or whatever. When that one guy kept texting us that one day and said that we were GAYYYYYY gay. You remember that one day?
Yeah, sure, you can say gay. What's wrong with being gay?
Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's why we have that's why we're a multicultural show.
Wait a second. The Mind Flayer and Vecchia cannot deal with and Vecna. I don't get that. I don't think. Maybe that's something that I got to see in season 5. Is that a kind of a?
Is that Stranger Things?
Is that a Stranger Things clue there, Bear? I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that. No, there's really not. Where do you want to go next, partner? Where are we going?
How about tonight? Who gets to play the U? Who gets to play
I'm calling it Danger's team? I think it's Indiana. I was hoping for an Indiana Ole Miss national championship, but ultimately, I just think I thought Ole Miss would have the offensive firepower to put up with Indiana, right? But I say that reluctantly based off of what I saw with Miami last night. If Miami can control the trenches like they kind of, I mean, shit, over 90 plays and basically making it a practice for Miami's scout team. I mean, my God, I say that tongue in cheek, and it was 31-27. It's a great game. But I say that, and like Cignetti just feels like he's got all the pieces on both sides of the ball, right? But if Cristobal can come in here and kind of neutralize that and battle it out with trench warfare here and kind of run the game out, shit, man. I mean, Miami's got a chance. I sat here and I counted them out. I've counted them out every game, and they have proved me wrong.
Yeah,
I think. Do I continue to count them out and then have them, sit there and win in spite just because of it's not me that's making Miami's thing happen, but still, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For Oregon tonight, I mean, I really wonder. I'm like, how are you going to run the ball? I mean, their two best threats at running back. Davison is out. I mean, he's definitely out. So that dude's out. He's got 15 touchdowns, and I saw Noah Whittington is questionable. So there's the basis of your running attack right there that really didn't do much in the 30-20 loss, the first time around. So I think that I saw a stat, and I actually wrote this down. So it's in the Power 4 regular season rematches that we've seen in these bowl, whether it's the Bowl Alliance, the BCS, or the College Football Playoff. Every time that you've had a rematch, it's happened 6 times. Every time the team that lost the regular season matchup won the playoff game or the bowl game or the alliance game. So I just don't see how that happens tonight, though. I think Indiana is just too much. I think Indiana is just the balance. And I think it sets up a really great matchup with Miami, to be honest with you, because it's the two best rounded teams that you have in this little round robin tournament, I think, if we end up with Miami and Indiana, as it would be, the Hoosiers. I don't know, man.
Was the last matchup when they met, was that the first game that Dante Moore kind of looked human?
Yeah, that was a 30-20 game, and it was like right towards the end of that game, you had a pick 6 to get it to 30-20. So it really wasn't even that close.
Right.
So it was thorough domination in the first matchup between these two. So I don't know what's changed. I mean, I know that Oregon's gotten healthier, but nothing's changed on the Indiana side. And now you're coming off of a thorough drubbing that you just inflicted. So the Oregon offense is going to be better than what Tech was, but shit, man, Indiana just seems
Oregon's going to be able to, I think Oregon's going to be able to move up and down the field. I think their defense will be able to hold Mendoza and company, or not hold them, but contain them, I would think. Contain or slow them down just a little bit. Indiana's still going to be able to put up the points. I don't think we get the contest that we got last night, but I still think it's within one score towards 2 minutes left in the contest or whatever here. I think it's going to be a battle. I just don't think it's going to be a high scoring affair like we saw last night. Or how can you call last night a high scoring affair? 31-27. I mean, and it really didn't kick off and spark off until the fourth quarter. So I think it's going to be a slow chess match here, kind of like what we saw in the first half of last night's contest. And then ultimately it should pick up in the second half once the coaches make adjustments. You'd like to think that Signetti, after the first half and going in the locker room, he'd be able to pick up on what Lanning's doing. And I'm not saying that Lanning can't do that with Signetti either. It just feels like Indiana's got everything firing on all cylinders right now. And regardless of what they roll out with in the first half, they'll be able to adjust and adapt to whatever Dan Lanning's throwing at them in the second half. That's my take on that.
This one has a feel to me, Wags, that it gets to be a 10 to 14 point advantage in favor of Indiana to start out. And then they start trading points. I mean, I think we could get a 41 to 34 or something like that. But I think that's how it starts out. Indiana's going to build up enough of a cushion to where Dan Lanning and Oregon are chasing their ass the whole rest of the way, and then they're just trading scores to where Indiana can kind of back off a little bit, but Oregon truly never gets back into the game to where we get it maybe another 10-point affair like we had in the first meeting between these two, where you look at it on paper and it's like, oh, that looked like a pretty good game. Well, when actually it wasn't. You know what I mean?
Miami's not Nike. Is Miami Adidas?
Miami, I think, is Adidas. Miami is Adidas. Yeah. And so if you get Indiana and Miami, now this right here would be cool because you get this amazingly physical, fast Miami bunch that want to go out there and just kick your teeth in and gouge you or whatever. And then you get a disciplined finesse Indiana team. That'd be a pretty damn good little matchup right there if you get those two going at it. It'd be kind of like night and day, with those two going at each other. Just different. A sloppy Miami team at times with the discipline that we saw last night with penalties.
Do you guys feel like this is the de facto national championship game still? Based off of what we saw last night, you still feel like this is the de facto national championship game?
I think we saw it last night, to be honest with you.
I think Indiana is going to win the national championship. I think Indiana is better than both Ole Miss or Miami.
Wags, I take it back from what we were just talking about right there. I think Indiana and Miami, if you get those two together, I think that because it's two extremely different disciplines of football. I think that might be the one to where something's got to give. Something's got to give. What's going to win out? Physicality, finesse, and discipline. Which one? So, but then with Oregon, I mean, I think you get Oregon, Miami. Jeez, I think if you get Oregon and Miami, I don't think that turns out to anything.
I think Oregon and Miami would be the better game, right? I do. I just think Indiana is that much better than all four of these or all three of these teams. And I could be. I could absolutely be wrong. I've been underselling Miami the entire shit. I've been underselling Miami since they went on their first losing streak since they had a slide in the middle of the season and took their second loss. I was just like, all right, Miami doesn't belong in there. They're ACC watered down ACC team, and they can't get, how are they going to be able to compete with the rest of the national teams, right? I mean, double R. Yeah, look at what they're doing in the postseason here. They're kind of making a run and making me look like an idiot. So
yeah,
I think that's hard to do.
Yeah, the proof is in the poontang right now because you're definitely proof is in the pudding right now. You're definitely seeing that happen. But the other part for me is like for Oregon, this is like them coming to a crescendo right here with the. I mean, think about like the Oregon. So do you consider Oregon a blue blood?
Not.
Because I mean, think about it.
I don't know. They've been relevant in football for a long time. I mean, shit, they haven't had a drop. I mean, they haven't had a drop off since Joey Harrington.
Since Joey Hamburger, yeah.
And you could argue that they arrived, a few years before Joey Harrington too. So I don't know if
that's a good one, right? I was thinking.
Good question. That's a good question. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to take a stand and say yes, that they are a blue blood, but the money helps them be a blue blood. The Nike bag helps them be a blue blood. Is that fair?
Yeah, they've become a blue blood in a very non-traditional way, where it's like it has been the money and the Nike money. But you think about Mike Bellotti, Chip Kelly, Willie Taggart, Mario Cristobal, for crying out loud, and now Dan Lanning. This has been one hell of a run right here for them, but it hasn't been the traditional Texas, Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, all of those that you think about.
Can you call a program a blue blood if they haven't won it?
I have a hard time doing that. And that's kind of some of the basis where folks will say Oregon is a blue blood because they've gotten there. Yeah, they've gotten there, but they haven't been able to finish it off. And I think you have to at least finish it off. But that's like the whole quarterback into the Hall of Fame thing in the NFL. You have to have a championship. Well, Dan Marino never got one, and
that's a tough one. Ultimately, I want to say no because they haven't won. But with the Nike bag, I'll entertain it this morning and say that they're a new age blue blood without a championship. They got a huge bag of Nike, but counter that. Okay, if that's the case, if Nike makes them a blue blood, then what the fuck is Maryland with Under Armour?
Well, and that's where I think
Maryland is not a blue blood.
Yeah. I think this is where you can go.
Maryland is not a blue blood in basketball. I'm being completely real. So if that's the thing that we're comparing, right? If that's the comparison, or if that's the bar that we're kind of measuring stuff off of, then I can't label Oregon a blue blood. So
I think that Oregon's a great example where our kids and their kids, when you go back and you look at the history of college football, many, many years down the road, to where college football, went from what we grew up with, like what you're talking about, to where it's eventually going to be at whatever point, to where you can look where Oregon is one of those things, to where Oregon drastically changed with shoe company money and just all of that stuff, and Joey Hamburger doing what he was doing, and Oregon's escalation of a Northwest team becoming really relevant in college football year after year after year, where it's Southern teams and way up Northern teams and some teams from the West, ultimately into now with a college football playoff. Let's call it what it is, the discombobulation of the bowl system, all of that, NIL, the portal. You can kind of translate that. It kind of all started when that money started flowing in with Oregon, and it's made Oregon exactly what they are right now, a contender year after year after year. It's a conversation to be had, if they are or not. They've done it a different way.
Yes, they have. A lot of people do it in different ways. One of our guys is Ryan Hurricane Hecht, who does it in different ways. Double R, do you mind if I talk about our guy Ryan real quick?
Tell me about him. Who is this Hecht guy you talk about?
He's this passionate personal injury attorney right here in our Fairburg of Austin, Texas, right? And when the storm hits, you got to hit our guy up with Ryan Hurricane Hecht, right? Proud Texas Longhorn, fighting for you fellow Texans. He's not just a lawyer, though. I just told you, he wears that burnt orange suit. He straps it on. He's a Longhorn through and through, and he brings that same fire and pride into the courtroom, right? You're injured in a car accident, got any type of personal injury at all, just give Ryan a call, 512-938-8929. You don't like the phone? Email our guy, Ryan, at hechtlawfirm.com. That's Ryan at HECHT aggressive in the courtroom, compassionate with his clients. He knows what you're going through. He's going to fight like hell to make it right. He's Austin-based, Texas proud. We've already said that. Supporting local sports, local businesses, local families, and you when you call him today, 512-938-8929. That's Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. One more time, 512-938-8929. Ryan at hechtlawfirm.com. Tell him the crew from TSU sent you.
And that kind of the comment there about one more week talking of the portal. We're going to be talking about the portal.
What this is while. And I see some questions like, is Coleman coming here? I don't know. I've been keeping up with Jordan too, as he's covering the All-American Bowl here. Still no news, right? And if both of us are kind of on the same mindset here, like, why wouldn't he take all the options that he has and go take the visits here? I still think Texas is leading here, but a lot of people have some unsettled nerves, of course, with that oil money, being enticing as it is. there's still no news on Coleman. So I appreciate the questions. When we do find stuff, we'll definitely, keep you guys, up on that. But hey, we did have a pretty decent splash last night, in terms of portal news with Zion Williams coming here. So we'll be bringing you guys a little bit more news on that when we come back from, talking with the breaks and everything, and then also breaking down a little bit more of the wild card weekend.
Yeah, good call here, CB. I almost called Jordan. On this, where you see whether it was A&M, I guess that's who it was, where it was a fake post on Horns 24/7 from Jordan saying that Sark was heading to the NFL and Arch was going to transfer. It was almost believable. I said, man, that's the last thing that's got to happen right here. Last thing being somebody needs to have a fake Jordan. There's only one Jordan. But with the portal thing, the portal now makes it like the NFL, to where it's like it's free college football, always in the news cycle. And that's not a bad thing. So anyway, but
I guess it's not exactly like NFL, because you got your, a restriction, or I guess you got a window, a time span on the portal, right? So once it closes, that's it. The news is done.
Yeah, because if you look,
hell, you can talk about free agent. When free agency opens up, right? Free agency closed. So
that's the thing. That's where the NFL is so genius, because you have the Super Bowl, boom, it stops. Then the draft's going to be coming up in there, and then in June you have the deadline where you can make cap adjustments and make cuts or whatever. So it's like you're constantly in the news cycle. The draft is done, then it's not too far from camp, not too far from all that. So it's always in the thing, and that's where this transfer portal has kind of done the same thing for college football, to where it's just. They go with the wrong calendar, like Nick Saban said, and it's always front part of the brain. Friends, Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com. Sorry, Wack, go ahead.
No, I was just going to ask you before you get into something else. Are you shocked that Kobe Black entered the portal? Like,
I really am.
I was hoping maybe he'd be able to grow into the potential that everyone thought that he was going. I mean, hell, I thought this guy was going to get starting reps.
It's one of the dudes I had imperative for me in the secondary to, moving forward. That was real surprising, as a matter of fact. So I hope that it's one of those tactics, Wags, like we talked about, towards like, let me throw my name out there and see what else I can get.
Well, Sark already squashed that shit. If you enter the portal, you ain't coming back.
Yeah. And that's where, I heard the guys talking again this morning about this, where it's like with all the money here, I think where it's really gotten to with Texas, to where, like you and I talk about it all the time, with all the money that's sitting here in this football program and available to it.
How do people leave? Right. And I get it. Like, and the Jamie French situation here too, right? Like, you can't pay somebody that's not going to be on the field. Right. Mm-hmm. And I get you want to have that supplement or the spell in your lineup or in your locker room rather, right? But you can't pay high cash outs like that if they're not even going to be contributing or putting anything into the investment, right? If there's no return on the investment, why are you going to put any investment into it, right? Like, that's, if you're not going to get any play out of it, then why in the hell are you going to pay that type of a tag? And that's the deal with Jamie French. So I think you're seeing a lot of that. And it's not just Texas that's having the mass exodus and the fallout, right? In the transfer portal too. Look around Iowa State, clearly, right? Because Campbell left. Okay. Penn State also, right? But look at Ohio
the SEC.
State. Look at Ohio State. I think the Ohio State's lost like 15 players in their transfer portal. So crazy, man.
I think what it's come down to now, it's like, say somebody gets an inheritance, you fall into all of this money. This is kind of the way that I look at this, where Texas is now. Somebody falls into all this money and you just go spend it. You just go spend it. And one of two things happens. One, you're going to go broke, or number two, it's going to get to where you got to figure out how to spend that money wisely. And it's like to what you're talking about. If you're going to throw all this money at somebody and they're not contributing to the bottom line, you have to make that change. You have to make that change and spend it somewhere else. And I think that's where it's really hard now, because it's like that whole, well, what if this doesn't work out thing? I think you have to have that second thought now, even though it's, I don't know, man, it's a hell of a lot different now, but spend wisely, even though you have huge buckets, right? So, I don't know. Covert Bee Cave, covertbeecave.com.
Yeah,
Speaking of spending wisely, if you're looking for that new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, friends, you will spend your hard-earned money wisely by going to covertbeecave.com and searching their inventory for that new or pre-owned whip that you're looking for in 2026. It's only one place to go. Do what thousands of people have done for over the last 100 years with the Covert Auto Group. They've been a part of the Covert family. I've told you, my first 1996 Chevrolet C1500 Silverado, brand new. I bought it from a Covert dealership, and you can do that too. Hey, you don't want to hear it from me? How about these folks telling you about their great experience at Covert BK?
You see Covert everywhere. It's that personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
That's right. Go see him this weekend. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. It is covertbeecave.com. Wags, you going to be checking out some stuff on your Tom McKay system this weekend, my friend?
Yeah, dude. Gonna be a nice little weekend in the backyard here. And of course, you're more than welcome to come over. But yeah, Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations, 512-255-8678. You guys know the drill, man. We've been telling you about the visual stuff, the visual aspect for a while now. That's just flirting, right? That's just foreplay. You want the full experience. You want the orgasm and everything. You got to get the audio, huh? You got to get revved up. You've seen that Howard Stern skit, right? Where I think, was it Jenna Jameson straddling the speaker and turning the wump wumps on, huh? Call audiovisual consultations, man. 512-255-8678, man. Turn that bass all the way up and see what audiovisual consultations can do for you, man.
I mean, and play and have this ad running, and it'll really.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been providing custom electronic systems for Central Texas for more than 36 years. And
old man, I think they all know who you are and what your company does. This is Camilla McKay. The old man believes in big fun and big ideas. He can make dreams come true, so why not dream big? I've been up in Boston, but I know the old man and all his friends and fellow radio heads have been spreading the holiday spirit here in Texas. Why should we stop there? Keep spreading the good feelings all over. Audiovisual Consultations carries all major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And you don't have to leave your house. Just like Santa, they deliver the gifts to you.
Yeah, I like that, kid. Throw a party, hang out with your friends, catch a concert.
That's all fun and good, but can we get back to the business? You can give us a call at 512-255-8678 or visit our website at avconsultations.com for some cool electronics.
Oh, now you're forgetting something.
And as always, hug your kids. We only pretend to be annoyed. Watch some games with your friends and make love to whoever the hell you want.
That's right. Tom McKay, AV Consultations, 255-8678. Check them out today and get that ultimate home, indoor or outdoor AV setup. Also have to tell you about my man, Mike McCall. It is McCall Custom Homes. If you're looking for that home renovation project coming up in the year 2026, as I always recommend, hit those spots that are truly, because as they say, we add value to your home. That's what they do. My primary bathroom has added a lot of value to my home, and I mean that monetarily. When somebody walks in, I get folks that come to visit, like the wife will have folks over, and they're like, we hear this guy talking all the time about the bathroom. We want to go check it out. Is it really all that? They walk in, and they're like, damn. Yeah, absolutely. It really is. And they can do that for you as well. That living space, master bedroom, master bath, primary bedroom, primary bath, or like the next project that I talk about here at our property is we have a couple of bedrooms that were once housed by the young ladies that have grown up and they've moved on, and we have those rooms and they're just kind of sitting there now, and they're just like they were when they were built in 1980 something. We want to spruce those things up, and it's going to be our friends at McCall Custom Homes that are going to do that. Don't just believe me. Check out the gallery of projects at McCallCustomHomesATX.com and check out everything that they can do for you. If you have the project in mind, you make the phone call, you make the text at 512-633-9580, and that's to Mike. That's not to an office. That's directly to Mike. Get that call in there. Get the ideas flowing. Get the juices going. Have him come out and take a look. And, oh, by the way, that estimate that you're going to get, if you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered, that's going to be gratis. That's going to be free. So be sure and get that number, 512-633-9580. Look, man, for over 40 years, These folks, a father-son team, have been doing it for Central Texans all around here. And I'm here to tell you, if you check them out on the socials and right there on at McCall-CustomHomesATX.com, you see all the stuff that they are doing right now because they are working on stuff. I see some of the stuff that Mike has up on the Insta and over on the Facebook. And man, these guys, I'm not just talking about small stuff. These are major renovations is what they're doing. So go to McCall-CustomHomesATX.com and you will see the updated photos coming up next week, friends. Next week.
Two Coke cans big. That's what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
Not just small
big.
stuff. 2 Coke cans big.
That's that big. McCall-CustomHomesATX.com, 512-633-9580. We build value into your home. It is McCall Custom Home.
All right, partner, where you want to go next, man?
Boy, we got the blue blood conversation started right there. It looks like on the chat line. A lot of that going back and forth. Like I see Nebraska thrown in there. That's my question.
Is Nebraska still considered a blue blood?
That's kind of my question. I would think that Oregon would have superseded Nebraska by now.
I thought they were. I mean, they might have been a blue blood during the Osborne days, but
they've been bad a long time. I mean, not bad, but I mean, well, bad. Yeah, they've been bad.
Rodney, they've been bad.
They just haven't been good. I mean, and that's where
Nebraska blue. I guess Nebraska was considered a blue blood back. I mean, that's all in my early heydays of watching college football. That's all I knew was Nebraska winning, right back in that old era.
Yeah,
but that's just were they dominant before the 80s, right? Like,
it's so different because back, I remember being a kid. You had Nebraska and OU, Texas and A&M, UCLA and USC. I mean, that's kind of what you had at that point. And Nebraska, Nebraska. And this is where it goes into, if you look at where Nebraska kind of tailed off, getting beat by Texas, that was kind of the beginning of the end right there in that Big 12 championship, the initial Big 12 championship.
That was the demise. I mean, that was the last. When's Nebraska been back?
Yeah, they tailed off, and here comes Oregon about that time with all that Nike money. That's kind of with Mike Bellotti. I mean, Joey Hamburger. It was right in that same time.
I'm gonna have to go back and look at the history of this and see when Oregon actually started making their rise, and the Nebraska demise kind of came down there. That's a good point there. Nebraska is an Adidas school, right?
Yes, I believe so.
I think they are. I think they are an Adidas school.
And the thing is and they never resurged. I mean, there's been maybe they're when Matt Rule. I mean, maybe they're about to, but they just haven't. And I don't see how they will now with all this money floating around.
Does Nebraska have a bag? Does Nebraska have that funding money, that money out of, or that donor money that they can pull out of the past somewhere?
What's there?
Organization that has that type of deal.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like they can go to the vault and get the money. Like where they're going to get it from the corn? They're going to get it from the cornfields? Like where the hell is that money coming from?
I know that's the thing. I mean, what is it that's really going to float it? I mean, we talk about like tech.
The day in college, right? Or I guess the underlying game in college football kind of changed the outcome of Nebraska, right? Money.
And that's why I keep saying, where if Arkansas, for crying out loud, can get the hire right and get people bought in, all that money over there, the Walton family, all of those people, man, they could blow Arkansas into. I mean, I think some people may have considered Arkansas blue blood at one point back in the 60s, early 70s.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'll entertain some modern day blue bloods, but I mean, when the writing's on the wall, you can't make the argument for blue blood. That's not a blue blood. That's just my opinion. Yeah. So what was going on in the backyard, Wags? Okay. I made a reference to Private Parts last night, right? I was watching one of my favorite movies to watch is Private Part. I mean, I don't know if you guys are in the radio and old time radio movies or anything like that. I don't know what got you guys into radio, but I was always big into morning shows, right? Howard Stern, even when he was at night, and you're sitting there watching it on E and watching all the guests that come on, nobody gets into a conversation like Howard Stern. Just Howard Stern kind of brings out the most vulnerable spots in everybody, I feel like. And it's because people just want to talk to Howard Stern. I feel
Robin
like Rogan
Quiver
kind of has that effect now on people too. Like people want to, for some reason, Rogan can get a lot of interesting shit out of people. And I think it's just because Rogan goes in there ignorant to a lot of things and literally just wants to be educated on something. Like he goes in and says, I'm not the expert on here. Can you kind of tell me a little bit about what's going on with your profession or whatever? But anyways, I was making a reference to Private Parts because those of you guys that maybe, if you hadn't seen it, there's a part in there where he tells the woman to turn up the volume, right? So that she can have an orgasm. Basically, he can give her an orgasm just by the sound of his voice or whatever. And he makes does this effect so the bass kind of goes off and she starts ripping her shirt off and says, Howard, it's an iconic scene from Private Parts. That's what I was referencing. But last night I watched Private Parts and Paul Giamatti, like I know he doesn't get a lot of praise, but he might be one of the best unsung actors right now of our time too. Like he's great in everything. I mean, he was fantastic as John Adams too, right? But the scene that kills it in Private Parts, when he's Kenny, the producer for Howard Stern's show, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's trying to get Howard out of the industry at all times, right? But the best part of the movie is when Private Parts is done and they're going to the credits and it's almost it's like a mid-credit scene and it's Paul Giamatti coming back on camera and they're asking him how he's doing. It's like, where are you at now? Right. And he goes, yeah. Coach girls district championship, #1 in the district. You know what I mean? That goddamn Howard Stern starts going off and just having a piss contest going off about Howard Stern, man. That's probably the funniest part of the whole movie, man. But yeah, I watched Private Parts last night. That's why I was referencing Private Parts.
And that dude, I think he signed with Sirius again, right? He's doing it like 2 more years. So he's I think through everything he's persevered and is going to continue to do this. And
he is not very popular right now.
Yeah, well,
so, but yeah, he's got the contract back with Sirius, and as long as you're with Sirius, man, you're still king.
In this day, the Howard Stern type model, when it comes to our man Ryan Seacrest that we talked about and the Bobby Bones and all that, very different, but still the same. Still the same. He hasn't changed his whatever to.
No, he's always been leaning left, right? I would say that he's very, very left now. But yeah, the best part about Howard Stern are the interviews, and that's always been Howard Stern. Like that's why people turn into Stern, is just so they can get the best of whatever guest that's coming on there.
Yeah. And that's ultimately the hard thing now with radio, and even with like this kind of radio that we're doing, online, where it's like when you start going left or right, I mean, it's like, okay, that's going to define your audience very much so.
I didn't, when we went to the old folks, right, and we talked to them about streaming, and they were kind of reluctant.
They laughed me out of the place, man.
Right. They were kind of reluctant with it. Those were my thoughts. Like, do you not watch Howard Stern at night? Do you not see like the conversations there? But people also want to see what's going on inside the studio, right? Like when I was in the Marines, I was stationed in North Carolina, but there was a radio station out of I think it was Orlando, Florida, where there was the Lexington Morning Show. And they had this thing on Fridays. It was called Drunk Bitch Friday. They would bring a random listener of their program in, and they would set everything up to where they would have a designated driver for them, but the entire time while they're on air, they're drinking. Not Lex and Terry, but just the guests that they're having on. And they say some outlandish, like it goes from where the show starts and where the show finishes, the level of comfortability that guest gets, right, from drinking. Yeah. It's hilarious. And then they also show like pictures and take you inside and behind the studio of what's going down. And it's always been intriguing to me, right? That's why I never understood why the idea of streaming with terrestrial radio was never able to be picked up. And sure enough, look what happened when when the people started, utilizing their mind and thoughts and shit. We got a streaming company now, buddy.
Yeah. And now, it just so happens you get to see us or see people. And that's where, that's kind of the different thing where folks are like, it's the new way of broadcasting. It's really not. The concept is not. Now the camera part just changes all of that.
You guys had Lex and Terry? You guys had big Lex and Terry?
In DF, maybe they did in DFW. I know when I would go to DFW, when I would drive up there, I would listen to Pugs and Kelly. They were on what is now the Fan, I think is what it was, and that was a local show. I mean, I saw Jason talk about Dale Dudley and Bob Fonseca and them, and like when Deborah Cole was on there. To me, that was amazing radio at KLBJ FM here in Austin. That was very much like Stern. People always wanted to say that Dudley wanted to be Stern. That's just Dale Dudley. That wasn't him trying to be anybody else.
And I think, and that's why, that's why I love Trey Elling so much. Like, I don't care how you feel about Trey, how any of you feel about Trey. When Trey gets to the core of an interview, Trey Elling is one hell of an interviewer.
Trey is an amazing interviewer.
Book on pods. I don't know if you guys are out there listening to that stuff, but some of the shit that he talks about, man, it's not Stern-esque, but he's got a Stern delivery, man, which, I mean, I think that's just always been one hell of a great quality that Trey's had. Always. He's always been great at that. Yeah. Shout out to Trey Elling.
Yeah.
All right.
Good dude right
where do you want to go next, partner? We got the wild card weekend to talk about still, man. We didn't even talk about, we flirted a little bit with Oregon and Indiana.
Yeah. Vince Young Steakhouse announces it will be closing January 24th after 15 years.
Man, good run. Good run, man.
It's going to close for a year and then become the Arch Manning Steakhouse. That's what's going to happen. I think Indiana.
Hold on. Would Arch Manning have a steakhouse or would Arch Manning have a gumbo house?
He'd probably have a gumbo. He'd probably do it in Louisiana. I would think. I don't think he.
Some good gumbo, man.
Yeah.
Is there a good gumbo place around here?
Man, I don't eat that stuff. I
don't eat gumbo. Are you serious?
Because it has shrimp and all that.
You don't eat jambalaya?
If you can leave the shrimp and all that stuff out of it, I'll eat it. But I don't know,
man. Why
can't
you eat shrimp, or do you not like shrimp?
Makes me queasy, man. It kind of gives me I don't know. I just don't like it.
Just the texture of it, the taste of it. Like what? See, I'm intrigued now because I'm a seafood carnivore. So
I'm very picky about my fish too. It's like it's got to be pretty bland. I don't know. It stays with me when I've tried it.
So I'm not a big fish guy, right? I don't like, sure, I'll eat tuna, right? But I'm not big on salmon. I'm not, you got a nice salmon? Great. I've never really had the palate for fish, right? But out of the seafood or out of the, the ocean or whatever, I'll eat the hell out of crab, lobster, and basically the cockroaches of the sea, though, which is crazy, which is weird. I just don't like fish. It's weird.
Yeah, no, me too. I just can't. I'll eat like fried catfish. If you fry it all up to where there's like no distinct anything that's fishy, I'll eat it. But that's about the only thing. Speaking of gumbo, so I wonder if we have any left. So my wife here on New Year's Day and New Year's Eve, her aunt that recently passed away had this amazing gumbo recipe. They made it. They recreated it. Her and her friend, they made it, and they like worked all day on this shit, and they said it was amazing.
Yeah, it's a fiasco, man. It's a fiasco.
Yeah. They were in there, and a lot of Coors Banquet beer went down me by the time they got finished.
Yes, Maryland is known for their crab, but I got to tell you guys, man, if you're like down on the shore here in Texas, if you're in Rockport or if you're in Port A or anywhere like that, you guys got some good crabs here too. Like the Gulf has fantastic crab, and so sometimes when it's out of season, Maryland will actually import from the Gulf to get some crab up there for some blue crab, man. But Maryland absolutely is known for its blue crab. You can go down there, CB, and have oh my God, lobster tail with stuffed crab imperial. Jesus, man, with just a little bit of a bisque too. Sign me up, man. Take me home. Take me back, please. But I am a carnivore of the sea, if that makes sense.
Check this out, Wags, from the Coda text line.
Nice. Lex and Terry. Who's that from?
Yeah, that right there is from, I don't know, I have to jump out of here to be able to tell you. But yeah, I like that. That's old school.
Patrick just said look up the text line.
Okay. Yep. That's who that's from.
Patrick. Lex and Terry, baby.
Yeah.
Friday.
Yep. Good stuff. Yeah. Lots of good radio here in Austin at one point. Bo and Bama, our man Bama Brown. I think he retired, I saw recently. Yeah, we had some good stuff. Yeah, well done, Patrick. Well done.
Transfer portal news real quick before we get into the wild card.
Waiting on Cam Coleman.
But we don't have to wait on filling in that other 2-technique, 0-technique type of defensive lineman that we were looking for. Zion Williams coming in, big get, being able to flip him or basically get him into the portal from LSU. Go Tiger no more here. Again, LSU kind of losing some people too, right? There's been mass exodus all around this nation so far. It's not just here on the Burnt 40. So let's kind of, I guess, pump the brakes with. I'm guilty of it too. I'm sitting here kind of hitting almost the panic button, seeing almost 20. It is. I think it's over 20. We have over 20 players.
23 last count
leaving now. So yeah, there's a little bit of concern in the air, but ultimately I'm settling on the thought and idea to calm me down that there's better players coming in, right? And ultimately the better players coming in are forcing the old or the lesser players out, I would say. Right, lesser impact players out. How do we know that if they're not, just based off of a star grading system? Well, it's all got to play on the field. But right now, I'm still liking the Cristobal's of most of these guys. So, Double R, your thoughts on Williams coming in?
I like Williams coming in, especially in the last 2 or 3 days where you just picked up the kid from Arkansas, also. So I think that you're. Yeah. So what you've done right there is you're I think enhancing a spot that you needed to enhance. Just a matter of attrition. I mean, folks are gone, and those are 2 really good pickups. I like that, and those are the ones that you need. You need to make impactful, especially right now when you have more that are going out than are coming in. Because I think it's only 8 that's come in, and I think that's where all the alarm is right now. But if you look at the other schools as well, like we keep talking about, across the board, when you look at the ratio of what's going out the door versus what's coming in, it's about the same for everybody else. But these 2 that you've added, adding Williamson yesterday, man, these are great gets. These are great gets. And this is a kid that wanted to come to Texas initially, but they didn't make the initial
push.
You missed
out on him in high school, right?
Yep. He went elsewhere. But the thing about a guy like this is he's gone and he's played in the SEC. So this dude's coming in, you know what you're getting. And I like this a lot. And I'm feeling really good along the defensive front. And you got to know that Will Muschamp this is probably a guy that Muschamp had zeroed in on as well. When he became available in the portal, you make that push and you go get a need. And I think that's exactly what they did right here with this fella.
So we roughly have about a week left of the portal, right? Need some line. I'm not panicking just yet, but I mean, with LaFowl leaving, and where do we know where he settled? I saw a Cristobal to him to BYU.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that he's actually named a spot yet.
But yeah, regardless, we're gonna need some linebacker help. I don't know if Sarkisian is actually going to stand on his words and stick to his guns when he says if you enter the portal you're not coming back. But if that's the case, then Bo Barnes is gone too. Shit, man. That's a slippery slope in my opinion, right? Like, you got to allow players to look at their options, okay? But I understand that you want the loyalty in your program, but still, Double R, like, if there's uncertainty that's looming, don't make the kid pay double for that, right? Like, if he's unsure about himself, don't be so callous to where he's not going to have a spot, or he's unsure if he wants to come back to the 40. If you're burning off that bridge, then shit, man, I think that's going to set a bad precedent or bad optics moving forward for future recruits, when ultimately you've kind of had the trend of having your kids back, since you've been there. So it kind of just goes a little bit against the grain from what I used to see with Sarkisian. I just don't like it.
Yeah, and good call, guys. It is Colorado. I do remember. I did see that. So it's LaFau will go to Colorado. So that'll be the move there for him. But
why Colorado? I can understand BYU maybe, right? But why Colorado?
I guess. I mean, he likes the snow, likes cool weather.
He's Hawaiian.
Well, he probably does like cool weather.
Profiling.
It's always hot over there. I don't know. I don't know. Trading water for snow. I mean, but with the linebackers here, with Johnny Nansen and the Bo Barnes thing, I think will continue to be. I know he's in the portal. We had that discussion yesterday, but I think with Ty Anthony Smith and Brad Spence, if you're going to put him in that linebacker spot, I mean, I think there's your base, but you have to have that depth. I mean, you have to have those guys that are going to be major contributors right here. And that's what the defense had, because we talk about rotations all the time on defense, and that's, what's going away. Well, there you go.
Sorry, Double R. I try to have a conversation. I try to have a serious conversation with you, but our producers here just.
I was going to say, I didn't go down that road. I absolutely did not go down that road. But, you got Atkinson, you got Cummings.
Yeah, and again, I think, if we don't address the portal, Atkinson is going to see a lot more starting reps than I originally thought, right? I thought for sure he'd kind of be able to get nestled in there with ease, but it looks like it's going to be kind of balls to the wall, man, so far, based off of personnel. So.
And that's where this is also different now, because it's like I saw somebody mention there on the YouTube chat about the way that you recruit high school now. Absolutely, it's going to be a different now, the way you recruit high school, because there's the high school to me still is so much of even with a 5-star, a 4.5 star, to where it's like a lot of it is, well, what if it doesn't work out? I mean, yeah, the dude's great in high school, but it's a hell of a jump. It's a hell of a jump to go to major college football. If that doesn't work out now with the portal, you can go in there and kind of pull somebody out that's seasoned and experienced, like we're talking about with Zion Williamson, to where you bring a guy in with
Zion Williamson plays
Williams.
basketball.
I'm sorry, wrong sport. Well, you bring that dude in, and he's got experience. So this drastically changes everything, to where I necessarily at the University of Texas don't want to rely on incoming freshmen coming in to be where they are going to have to be major contributors in your grand scheme of things, is just my thought now with the way things are, the new world order.
The new world, the NW. Big body, right? Again, no stats recorded this season. Did play in 5 games for LSU for the Tigers here, but again, not really any stats recorded here. But he does give you that body size, that type, to allow linebackers to scrape. All right, he demands double teams at the point of attack, and I would think with him, Jafar, January is staying, right? We still have January. Am I correct on that?
Yep.
Yeah, we got some beef up front, and I'd like to think that with this you'll be able to have depth with that beef, right? Especially with those three gentlemen. I'd like to see, how much more we can add, but yeah, we got some deficiencies in the linebacker room right now that we need to attend to.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, speaking of the portal, did you see where DJ Lagway is going to play his football next year?
No.
Up the road on 35 on the right side. Big old stadium. Baylor.
No shit.
Baylor. DJ Lagway, Baylor Bear. How about that?
Are you sure that's not a typo?
No.
When was that?
That was confirmed yesterday afternoon. I saw that. DJ Lagway to the Baylor Bears.
Hold on. I did not see that.
True story, Wags. So they're Baylor getting their next R3G right there with DJ Lagway.
How big was that bag?
His dad played there. So there's some ties there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Legacy. Great. Yeah. I'm a legacy recruit. How big's the bag? That's what I want.
Isn't that the thing? The legacy.
Bullshit.
2 years later.
I don't care about the legacy. How big's the bag?
Yeah. It's like I'm all about, man, I want to go to the roots. And well, dude, 2 years ago you could have done that too. And 2 years ago, you probably would have been more successful in the Big 12. That could be a game changer in the Big 12, Wags. That's a good quarterback in the Big 12. Who's Tech going to get? They need a quarterback. Yeah, man.
Jesus. Yeah, and Money just kind of said it here, like the trend to be. That's not even a lateral move, dude. That's going down. That's going down.
But think about it. Think about who you're going to be playing.
Yeah, I mean, Baylor. You did think that Baylor had a chance to kind of run the Big 12 this year, right? And they underperformed. They had the roster to kind of do that, but they underperformed.
And I did, yes. Sorsby. Sorsby is heading to Tech.
Yeah, I did.
And
see that.
I saw some of the negotiations on that to where it's like somebody offered him $3.5 million, and it wasn't even competitive to Sorsby.
Maybe I did see that Lagway thing, and I thought it was a hoax.
Yeah, no, it's true. There you go. You got some quarterback play happening now in the Big 12. So is it a Lubbock Waco race next year in the Big 12? Oh, man.
Be fun to watch. Fun to watch. How about some NFL, amigo?
Hey, also NFL, Jason Witten, tight ends coach at Oklahoma.
I saw that.
Man. And DeMarco Murray's also the running back coach there. So it's like
bring back the Cowboys. Just bring back the Cowboys.
Hey, Troy Aikman, quarterbacks coach. Just bring them all back. Michael Irvin, if he survives this playoff, bring him in to coach a wide receiver.
Michael Irvin. I think Michael Irvin has been tested. We've already been over this.
That's right.
Michael Irvin's heart, his arteries, everything has been tested.
That's right. Super wild card weekend, my man. Here we go. The National Football League. And we start off with a doozy.
It doesn't get any better than this, does it? Like, playoffs are here. We got, basically, hockey's season's already, midway through it. NBA's midway through it, and the All-Star games are getting ready to come around there. This is kind of when the best time. We're missing baseball, right? I mean, but you still get some hot stove news. But this is usually kind of the best time. If soccer, if you're into the stuff across the pond, and MLS, well, MLS not so much right now, but yeah, man, here we go, buddy. Here we go. Wild card weekend. Which one you want to get into first? You want to just take us down the slate?
The only thing that I think about with wild card weekend is it's almost over. Dang. It's like
you start. So I think I felt that last week, right, with the regular season coming to an end. I was just like, man, this kind of sucks. Like, here we go. The thrill of the chase with Baltimore and Pittsburgh coming to the end here. But ultimately, like, it really sucks that we have maybe 6 more weeks of football.
I know,
right?
I know.
Like, that's...
when the Pro Bowl was still a football game, whether they tried or not, whether they applied themselves, I would watch the Pro Bowl, and people would get on my ass about, why are you watching the Pro Bowl? I'm like, because it's the next to last game. We got one.
Pro Bowl more I watched the Pro Bowl more when I was a kid, right? Just because of the. I think just because of the whole guise of their all-star, the best players are out there, but I didn't understand that they were kind of half-assing it and cheese-dicking it, right? So I still like to see Troy Aikman throw to Barry Sanders.
Yeah, that was cool, right?
Or to have him check down to Barry Sanders or hand it off to Barry Sanders was kind of wild to me instead of Emmitt Smith. Like, that was the thing that I was more, I guess, drawn to when I was a kid, over the fact of how much are these guys actually playing out here. So
remember, at times they would like change. No, maybe that was in the college all-star games where they would change the decals on the helmets. Like, they would, like, you'd see a dude from another school with a Texas decal. They would like switch them all around. They would kind of share them and do whatever back before copyrights and all that.
No.
Yeah, pretty cool. All right. So here we go down the super wild card college football weekend. First game on the docket, which
Rams and Panthers.
Usually always the shittiest one of them all, and I think this year will be no different. The 12-5 Rams at the 8-9 Panthers. Yikes. It's gonna get ugly, Wags.
You think Panthers have a shot?
A shot at what? Scoring a touchdown?
Yeah, look,
man.
The Bucks. I think the Bucks would have been a better opponent here. We're seeing the line at 10.5 right now for the Rams. That's probably a solid line, right? That hell, it could even stretch to 13. Honestly, just how did the Panthers stay with Nakua, and Adams is coming back too, I believe, from what I saw. Unless I misread that, but I think the full arsenal is going to be on display for the Rams here. So,
man,
yeah, credit to the Panthers. I think you had a great season. I think you're building on something that's young and blossoming pretty rapidly here. But look, dude, ultimately it's going to come to an end because you're going up against probably one of the stalwarts. Maybe my pick for the NFC, honestly. Like, I know Seattle's been playing pretty damn hot and pretty well, but I think the Rams have the most complete team in the NFC. I was fooled a little bit by Philadelphia, but they've been kind of on a slide here.
Yeah.
And maybe they do find a way to galvanize. This is usually when Philadelphia starts playing their best ball. But right now, just from what I've seen in the sky or just from what I've seen on tape, give me the Rams. Give me the Rams to represent the NFC East. And I think 10's good. They're probably good for 10 here, or probably good for 13 here, as a matter of fact, over the Panthers.
And, we've talked about, Bryce Young, being able to do different things this year, but man, that rush is going to be so after him tomorrow. I mean, I don't care if the game's in Charlotte or where it's at.
Yeah, it's great. It's in Carolina. Cool.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Oh, Rams got to travel across country. Big deal.
Yeah. You could play this at the Panthers facility. And this defense is going to get after this dude. So yeah, they're good for 13 or 14 here. Yeah, Rams all the way. They're now we're talking. Now you get into some good NFC Norris division battle right here yet again. Although somebody did mention to me yesterday, well, the Panthers beat them earlier this year. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Hey, look, anything can happen. Like the Panthers, how do the Panthers do this, right? How can the Panthers beat the Rams? Okay, ultimately they have to keep their offense on the field as much as possible and keep that Rams high-scoring, high-potent offense asleep. Like, just keep them at bay, right? Wear down that defense of the Rams so that they can't get after Bryce Young. Again, marginal plays, right? Marginal plays will end up ultimately, being the deciding factor at the end of the game, right? If you can continue to wear down that defense and then have it, roll over into the latter portions of the game, you have a shot. But if you try and make this a barn burner or try to keep up, with the pace of the Rams, you're just playing right into their hand, man. You can't do that.
Yeah. Yep. Game number 2 on Saturday. Good old school rivalry right here. Green Bay Packers on the road at Soldier Field, taking on the Chicago Bears. Who'd have thought the Chicago Bears over here hosting a home playoff game?
Can I say one more thing? Can I say one more thing about the Rams? Like, Matt Stafford was pretty much godlike the entire year. Okay, minimal mistakes. Probably one of his worst games he played in that Panther game. Right, just very loose with it. I know he threw a pick. He might have thrown multiple picks. Let me pull that game up. Yeah, multiple interceptions from Matt Stafford there. I don't think he will have that same type of game in this playoff contest. Again, line right now is 10.5 or 10.5, right? Yeah, tease that thing up to 13. I think you're good for it.
You got to make Stafford mess up. But
it opened at 10 and it's already climbing to 10.5. So here you go.
Yeah, I don't know. Hope I'm wrong, but typically when they slot you in this window, it's because it's that they're assuming it's not going to be a good game, and especially with the line that we see right there. If you're giving 10, that's going to be pretty tough.
All right,
it's going to be cold in Chicago, buddy. Who runs the ball?
Packers should be used to that, though, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the nice thing about it. I think who runs the ball better here? The Bears are pretty damn physical. Green Bay comes into this game and they are backsliding into the playoffs. I talked about that earlier in the week, to where that's one thing where you have to think about, does something flip here for Green Bay? I think if the weather becomes an issue, that does factor into Green Bay, because you don't have to, you do have to be more physical, but Chicago's physical too. And, this is going to be a good little chess match right here. Brutal bout, as we like to say, between these two.
Who's the better running back, Jacobs or Swift?
I would say, especially in a weather situation, I would have to lean to Jacobs.
Really? Okay.
I think Jacobs is a little more physical, I think. It seems like. I mean, I don't know if we're talking about snowy conditions. I haven't checked my weather app or any of that quite in detail.
I don't know if the weather's going to be freezing at the on Saturday, it's going to be Saturday night. So, does Chicago have a lake effect like Cleveland?
Man, that's a good question. That's a question for Bucky.
Do they? I would assume they do, right? I would assume they get the same kind of lake effect right off of Lake Michigan, right?
Yeah, you would have to because it's right there. I mean, not right there, but it's kind of within proximity.
No, I mean, if it is right off of the highway, is it not? It's still right off of the highway, right? Like right where the lake is. I'm not familiar with Chicago, but I'm assuming I
think I remember seeing like aerial images.
The stadium is within yards of the sea or the damn lake.
Yeah, I remember seeing images of like the aerial. You're looking live, at this field and seeing.
Thank you. It's right on Lake Michigan. Chicago's right on Lake Michigan. Thank you.
Ooh, okay. Well, yeah. I mean, I definitely go with Jacobs as the. I would say more efficient,
the more physical and imposing back, right?
Yeah, where he can just take it to you a little bit more than Chicago. This is where I think that maybe and this, Green Bay's defense is beat up. I mean, you have that. You don't have Micah Parsons, but I think that this is where we might see some of the youth in Chicago finally rear its head. In Caleb Williams, look, Caleb Williams has done amazing things this year. I mean, he's led comebacks and they're winning games and kind of doing the Kansas City effect from last year. But I don't know if he's quite ready for this. I don't know if he's quite ready for this yet. What is the line on this?
I don't know. Packers have lost 4 straight, right? Yeah, Packers coming off a 4-game slide here. Really bad trends to be going into the postseason like this. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt because of, I want to say playoff pedigree, but I know that that's changed with, it changes every year with inbound roster and personnel, right? God, with the defense being in disarray as they are, brother, I'm gonna be definitive and say Chicago takes this. Chicago wins here, man. Packers are favored 1.5. Give me the Bears, bro.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with the Bears. I don't see how the Bears
can be favored. Give me the Bears.
I don't see how the Bears can be a home team dog right now with everything that Green Bay you mentioned.
Yeah, they're on a 4-game slide. Unless this is the wrong game to have a get right game, right?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and Jordan Love. I mean, Jordan. It's since he's been injured. I mean, that's a question also. Which that's the whole thing that could be kind of counter to that point, to where if it is going to be leaning more on Jacobs to run.
That's why I was going to say, like, I don't know what the weather's going to be like, right? And it's not so much maybe a snow factor. Maybe it's more of a wind factor. In Chicago on Saturday night. With all that entail, I'm wondering who the best backs are, because that's where I'm leaning if I'm going to play some money on this thing, right? Jacobs, the more physical, more imposing back, sure, but the defense just hasn't been able to hold up for the pack, right?
Yeah. The Micah Parsons.
You really do have to take into consideration the 4-game slide, like what they just have. They can't stop the bleeding.
Momentum.
They can't stop the bleeding. So I'm going to go. I'm going to go with the monsters of the Midway. Give me the Bears.
And the thing is with the weather, because as a matter of fact, today I had a thing that popped up on like a Facebook memory. 4 years ago today, we were in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, and it was 1 degree. It was 1 degree, covered in snow. There was no wind. It wasn't. I mean, it was cold, but then like 2 days later, we were there, and it was 20-something degrees, and it was windy as shit. And the day that it was hotter or warmer with the wind was worse. So that's the thing here in Chicago. You're going to be below freezing. You don't have to have the snow and all that for the weather effect. So I got to go with Chicago here, man. There's just Green Bay is just they're coming in just totally wrong right now. So I'm with you. I'm going with the Bears.
Wrong side of the trends here, Green Bay. Give me the Bears. Give me the Bears, and that'll round out our games on Saturday.
Yeah.
All right, the Sunday slate, buddy. And this where, I mean, Saturday's kind of a dud, kind of a thumper, right? Except for the Green Bay Bears game. Green Bay Bears could probably be. That's probably going to be decent. All right. AFC wildcard playoffs. Bills and Jaguar.
Is this the end of Buffalo? Does the window close, my man? Does
This
the window
might be
close?
the best game on the slate.
Does the window close? Buffalo on the road
Buffalo 1.5, 51.5 is the over-under line. This might be the best game on the slate. Is sunshine for real? Duval. Let's see, my guy. You think Josh Allen has are the Jags? How do you feel about the Jags defense? Do you think the Jags defense can kind of I can't say contain, right? Because Josh Allen's just Superman at times. Can the Jaguars defense slow down the attack of Allen and Cook?
Yeah, James Cook. I mean, you gotta look at this and think that James Cook is going to be just imperative in this game. But as much as I I really wasn't buying into the Jags for a lot of the year, Wags, I am now. That front's pretty good. That front is pretty good, and they can score points. 31 takeaways. I mean, this defense it's not bad, man. It's not bad. I'm buying in more to that. I'm becoming a little bit of a believer here in Jacksonville, and it is. I mean, can Buffalo run the ball against this front of Jacksonville? That's going to be the key. And it's got to be James Cook, right? It's absolutely got to be James Cook, and you sprinkle in Josh Allen. I don't think they can do it.
The takeaways, I'm with you. I think I'm leading Jacksonville here. The takeaways, just their ability to capitalize off those takeaways too, and then also they're a top 10 team. Like they're right outside the top 10. They're like a gateway team. But in terms of total yards yielded, right, right over the 300-yard mark, right. I think it's 303 to be precise, 303.6 to be precise. That's a pretty stout defense, right? In terms of total yards yielded, Buffalo's clearly a top 10. They're top 5 almost in terms of yardage yield, total yardage yielded. But still, I think the weapons that are at the display of sunshine here with Trevor Lawrence, I think he's been able to kind of get him fired on all cylinders. Give me Duval to shock here, or should I say shock? Because I don't even know if Buffalo's favored. Let me pull this game up. I was looking at stats here. Buffalo is favored 1.5 in Duval. Wrong team favored. Give me the Jaguars.
I'm with you. And the thing is with that Jacksonville defense, as it's gotten better throughout, there's not like that blow away name, right? There's not somebody where, it's just a really good group. It's a really good.
Are you saying that they're the Miami Dolphins defense of 72, or is that when the Dolphins went undefeated 72?
Oh yeah, no, but they had Manny Fernandez and Nick Bounaccounty and
the dude from NFL.
Yeah.
Where Collinsworth got his
on the HBO
right?
thing. Yeah. Nick
Bounaccounty. What was that? Was it inside the NFL?
I think it was inside the NFL.
Inside the NFL.
Was that hosted by the great Bryant Gumbel back in the day?
No, maybe I'm thinking of the wrong show. It was one where it had Nick, Lynn, and Chris.
Nick, Lynn, and Chris. Yeah, I thought that inside the NFL. Yeah, inside the NFL is what that was.
It was on HBO.
Yeah, it was on HBO.
That's what I remember.
Yeah. Remember that where it's like the NFL show on HBO. What is this? If only we knew what was coming.
Just boxing. Boxing was the only thing back on HBO back in the day. So,
oh man, I miss good boxing, man. Golly,
you'll never see good boxing again. Len Dawson, yeah, absolutely. Len Dawson, quarterback for the Chiefs. There, ripping heaters during the half, ripping heaters and drinking a Coors Light, I think, or was it a Coors Banquet beer?
Probably a Coors Banquet. One of them yellow.
Ripping heaters and drinking beer at the halftime of Super Bowl there.
There it was Super Bowl 4, Kansas City Chiefs over the Minnesota Vikings.
Inside the NFL. Thank you, Sal. Appreciate you. Thank you for the confirmation.
No, man, but I'm going with Jacksonville. I'm going with Jacksonville, and we can. So here's my question for you: let's say Buffalo loses. Let's say the Bills lose. Would you fire Sean McDermott? I mean, is it time to? Did
I think
Baltimore just set a new trend? Here comes Denver. Here comes the Chargers. Here comes the Patriots.
Is McDermott on the hot seat? I don't think so, right? Like I know there's fans kind of saying, "Hey, man, when you actually going to be able to get over the hump here and get over the slide?" He kind of blamed the last one on Dable, and that's why actually no, Dable got promoted. So that's a good question. I don't know if
how crazy would that be? What if we get through all this?
It's a possibility. Like after seeing what happened with Harbaugh, I think it could happen.
I love hypotheticals, man. How about if we get to the Ravens, the Bills, and the Steelers are all open Monday or Tuesday of next week?
I think it depends on how they lose, right? If the defense is sound, right? If it's a low scoring game, right, and they're just unable to score, I think maybe you give them a benefit of the doubt, and you can't blame it on Brady. Joe Brady's great. I don't know. This is a tough one. This is a tough situation.
I know, right?
Situation. It's tough because ultimately you want to fire him because he just hasn't been able to get it done. But I guess my counter to it is, where do you pivot to? Who do you turn to? Right? Is Harbaugh coming up there?
Well,
seriously, and Harbaugh still says he hasn't interviewed or hasn't spoken with anybody. So,
I think that's a done deal in Miami.
You gonna go McDaniel, huh? You gonna go McDaniel?
I mean, now that dude would be a great offensive coordinator. So if I'm Detroit, I'm calling Mike McDaniel.
I think McDaniel got a little bit off a little bit more than he can chew as a head coach. I think if he retreads a little bit and then comes and collects himself as an offense coordinator, I think McDaniel is going to have a little bit better of a path. I think way in over his head as a head coach.
Dan Campbell needs to call Mike McDaniel. Because, I mean, obviously, Dano couldn't call the offense there. And then, he took that back over. Bring that dude back in and see if that might work. But,
I'm not sold on McDaniel yet as a head coach. All right.
No.
And it's not just because he's young. I think there are, doors open for young, vibrant coaches. I just think his inability, and maybe it's not just on him, too, because Flores had trouble controlling the locker room with Miami, too. So, maybe it's just a tough room to get, but ultimately, like, the head coach and the leader has to be able to control the room.
Yeah, it is. I mean, these guys that we're talking about, like Flores, McDaniel, I mean, I don't know if Raheem Morris is going to fall into this category, but all these guys that have become available that have been amazing coordinators, Aaron Glenn. I mean, people are already talking about Aaron Glenn. I'm like, give the dude some time.
That's why I don't think McDermott gets fired, bro. Like, I think if Buffalo is able, even if Buffalo loses, I think they're reluctant to give him the axe or give him the hook just because of where they pivot to. Unless the plan is to fire McDermott and then promote from within and give Joe Brady the spot at head coach.
Yeah, maybe so. So, I mean, that's kind of one reason I want Buffalo to lose is, man, I want all hell to break loose right here. I mean, those three jobs opening up, that tells you kind of how the shift is happening right now, and no Kansas City, and now Kansas City dealing with off the field stuff that they're having to figure out. So, we're seeing all this shift happening in the NFL, and that would only add to it if it goes. But I'm going with Jacksonville. I do think Jacksonville.
I think I'm taking Duval here. It's only a line and a half for or a line and a half. It's only a 1.5 for the Buffalo Bills. I'm going to call wrong team favored. Mm-hmm. I think they get it done in Duval.
I'm with you. Now we go over to the NFC Super Wild Card weekend. San Francisco 49ers at 12-5 on the road.
And hold on one second. You mentioned like who's Jacksonville got on. I don't know if Lloyd's going to be a Pro Bowler right now, but they got some studs on their defense. So I just don't know if he's going to actually be a Pro Bowler or not. But
yeah. No, absolutely. Man, imagine Myles Garrett playing for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Wrecking ball. So,
absolutely.
All right, where do you want to go next, partner?
So we go to San Francisco on the road to take on the inconsistent. What are you going to get this week? Always pissed off, yet, God, Philadelphia Eagles.
It's usually when they start playing their best ball, right?
Yeah, that's what worries me. I'm trying to tell you, it's like Philadelphia. It's like that hemorrhoid that won't go away. Here they come again.
Let me tell you something. I know exactly what you're talking about with that. So.
And it's like, I mean, just just when I think the fact, so I think if the 49ers would have won last week, they wouldn't be playing this game. But the fact that the 49ers got beat last week, I think is going to play a huge impact to where what the 49ers had been doing we talked about this in the past where you're on this run, at some point it stops and you can't get it right. I think that the injuries to Fred Warner and some of these guys on defense, I think that you get a whole lot of running the football tomorrow from Philadelphia. And I think that Philadelphia gets they look a lot more scarier after this one tomorrow. I gotta go with the Eagles here, man.
So here's the thing for Philly, right? Like if you're Sirianni, your plan of attack is basically to shut CMC down and let Brock Purdy beat you. Okay. I want to say that San Francisco can find a way to be able to compete and win here. Maybe I have been fooled. Maybe Philly isn't exactly the dominant team that I think they are. I feel like they're just out of form right now, right? They're a team that can within weeks can just kind of get back to that championship caliber of they just got too much. They have too much talent. They have too much talent on that roster to just sit here and say that, they're just all of a sudden not playing championship ball.
Yeah,
I just think they're in bad form, right? And ultimately, playoff time is when they galvanize and start playing their best ball. There's not enough weapons that San Francisco has that I think they can use to kind of compete here, right? And credit, like Shano can scheme and usually have a game plan for almost every opponent that he goes up against. I just think he's outgunned here, right? I think they'll be able to shut Kittle down, and then I think ultimately they'll keep the defense or they'll keep the offense and everything in front of them with McCaffrey, and then they're just going to make Purdy, check down, and he can only do that so much until he starts coming in with 3 and outs, and who knows, maybe interceptions here. That's been the thing with San Francisco is they've been able to play clean football. If Philadelphia can hone in on them like that and just force Purdy to beat them and take CMC out of the game, it's going to get away from them rather quickly. I think Philadelphia is going to be in full command of this game.
Yeah, I think so too, and I think it's a pretty simple concept here. When Saquon runs it 20 or more times this year, they're 4-1. They're 4-1, and this San Francisco defense is beat up. These are second, maybe even third linebackers that you have in there.
That's it too. It's like you got second string guys in there going up against not just first string dudes, all pros, right?
Yeah,
it's tough, man. I think Philadelphia's got the Joes to do it. And I know ultimately, like, San Francisco's been playing fantastic football. I think Philly's just too rough. The only other roster out there that compete in terms of playmaking ability is LA, the Rams, right? The Rams have the roster to basically counter the Philadelphia Eagles. So I just don't think there's any other team out there. And I know that's crazy considering we're in a playoff, but I think they're the two best teams in the NFC, Philadelphia and LA. I'd love to give San Francisco I'd love to give Seattle their props, but ultimately I think Darnold makes too many mistakes, right? And this is kind of the first big stage for Sam Darnold in his career too for playoff football. So we'll see. It's going to be a good playoff. It's going to be a fun playoff.
And I think with that, with Barkley, I mean, a simple prescription for Philadelphia: just run the ball a lot. And the whole thing is, when the passing game opens up, 49ers can't sack the quarterback. They were last in the NFL in sacking the quarterback. I mean, even the Jets were better at sacking the quarterback than San Francisco. So, yeah, I think it's here comes Philadelphia's got the Cadillac all shined up, and here they come ready to make another run, my man. Here they come.
Jake chiming in with if the Super Bowl somehow ends up Steelers versus Eagles, I don't think I could watch the NFL anymore. The battle for Pennsylvania. Holy shit, would that be an awful Super Bowl? No, I'm with you there, man. My God. I could see that happen. I mean, no.
The Eagles, yes. I mean, if Pittsburgh, I don't know how that's going to happen. I mean, now if that happens, I would.
If that does happen, I'm calling a fix, right? I'm calling it. Somebody wanted Aaron Rodgers to just win the Super Bowl so that he get his ass out of the league.
Wags, God, I got to tell you, and I'm trying not to get into this. I heard Aaron Rodgers again yesterday talking about, people wanted to run Mike T out of town and all this, that, and the other, but we're showing him. I'm like, I'm trying not to like this dude. I'm trying not to like him, but shit, I'm kind of liking him a little bit right here towards the end. We'll talk about
man. I think he slipped some ayahuasca in your shit. So,
he did something
in your coffee there. We both agree Eagles.
Yeah.
Over the 49ers here. Eagles favored 5.5 right now. That's the line. Over and under is 44.5. I will advise my clients to take the Eagles here. I'm not going to say that. But
look, I'll just say Nikki Bella. I'm going for the Eagles.
Nikki Bella, Sammy Draper. Nikki Bella / Sammy Draper.
That's it. That's the only reason. She was at the game last night too. Did you see her?
No.
She was on with McAfee at one point. Yeah.
I didn't see her. I did not see her. You did. I did not.
I saw it.
Chargers and Patriots, my dude.
Oh, man. This could be an upset special, buddy. This could be an upset special. The young upstart, maybe.
You don't think the Chargers get in their own way again?
Yes.
What's the weather going to be like in Foxborough? You think Herbert is going to be ready for that Foxborough madness?
Yeah. Well, honestly, look, man, the Patriots, they're young, but they play like a veteran team. So that's where they're a little bit different, I think, than even Denver. To where this Patriots team that they play like they've been here before, and I think that they've taken a lot of the the personality of their coach. That they do that. But look, man, you got to know with Jim Harbaugh, he's going to play this whole thing into, he's going to bring out the best in his guys. And this quarterback matchup is just going to be great to watch. Man, I am so on the fence with this one. But Patriots are 2-2 against playoff teams, including 0-1 since week 6. So that's where you can go into the college football thing to where they ain't played nobody. They're beating up on all the whatevers. I don't know, man. I got to think about this one a little bit. I'm going
to go Patriots here. I think the Patriots are going to be able to. I'm not going to say win emphatically. I know the line's only 3.5. I think the Patriots are good for a touchdown score here. I think ultimately Chargers are competing, but towards the latter portions of the game, they throw the ball away. Herbert throws an interception. And ultimately, that will seal the fate for the Chargers here. Give me the Patriots. I see producer Rob says that looks like there's a flu running through the locker room of the Patriots here.
Oh, well, hell, Miami had that too. Mario Cristobal said that last night. Hell, look what it did for them. Oh, hell, forget it. I'm going with the Patriots. Look, I mean, the Patriots, the Patriots are better. The Patriots are the better team. I mean, they truly are. And it is where you go back to, you have to base a lot of what the Chargers, they do. They get in their own way. And that has to factor in because that's what you've become accustomed to. But yeah. Okay.
I think we know. Let's not talk us out of this. Let's not Thelma and Louise this thing, right? Usually the Chargers step on their own stuff and kind of get in their own way. Like they just throw the game away, right? No reason to think that that's not going to happen this year. Okay, let's just go with what we know. And ultimately, Drake May's playing at an MVP level. What's not to like? I think you take the low-hanging fruit and the easy money here, Double R.
I guess what's stuck in my head was blowing that lead to the Bills. And again, that was probably just that was just that one, but it's that one thing that comes back to me where that was a huge game. That was a huge game for the Patriots and somehow let the Bills, with Josh Allen.
It's also Josh Allen, right? It's Josh Allen. So another MVP candidate or can be playing at an MVP level at all times. So you also got to keep that in consideration there.
And I don't think as much as I like Justin Herbert, not quite Josh Allen. So I'm glad that we had this discussion.
Dude, Josh Allen and Justin Herbert are not the same. Like Josh Allen is head and shoulders above Justin Herbert. Yeah. Like Justin Herbert's got a fantastic arm, right? He's got a big arm, a huge arm. Still makes mistakes.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. I'm going Pats. I'm going Patriots.
Texans and Steelers on Monday night to round this bad boy out, amigo. Put a bow on this bad boy. Do you think the Steelers are one and done, or do the Bulls on parade actually get this thing done?
Too much defense, my man. Too much defense for Aaron Rodgers. This guy is going to get hit. He's going to get hit often, and he's going to get hit hard. This defense, you have to get some offense. And I think that against the Steelers front, that's also hurt. Yeah, man. Houston. If Houston loses this, come on, man.
How do the Steelers move the ball against the Texans? How do the Steelers get vertical on the Texans?
Oh man, that's
it's not going to happen, right?
No, if I could call them and tell them that, they'd pay me a lot of money to be able to be competitive.
Gotcha.
I just think that this is too much defense right here, man. And this is when Aaron Rodgers gets exposed, where when we talked at the beginning of the year about, well, can this older gentleman do whatever? Yeah, man, he's going to show his age on Monday night.
I don't think there's enough offensive firepower for the Steelers, and their running game. If they're going to try and rely on Warren to try and dismantle this Texans front, it's not going to happen. And then on the other side for the Texans, Steelers defense has been playing down all year too. So regardless of what Watt can kind of gear up and kind of amp up here, I don't think it's going to be enough for the Texans. I know that the Texans offense has kind of been mid and has sputtered, time in and time out here throughout the season, but ultimately that defense is just number one in the league, and it's going to be able to carry them past the Steelers this week.
Yeah. I know that. I see there Rob mentions DK Metcalf will be back and so forth, but
I don't think that they can get it vertically on this defense. I think it's too little too late, right? This defense is just that too solid, too good.
It's kind of, I feel like the Houston defense kind of like an equivalent of in college football with Miami that we've talked about, to where they're just fast, they're aggressive, they get after the run, they get after the passer, they're just all over the field. It's just way too much defense right here, and I don't think Houston's got to score a lot of points.
And they'll double up. They'll double up on DK, right? They'll allow Freiermuth to kind of beat them inside the hashes, and they'll check down to Gainwell, right? And other than that, if they can keep Gainwell in the slipstream and ahead of them or in front of them, Texans will be able to kind of dominate this. Give me Houston here.
Yeah, and I've read a couple of different spots where it's like, Rodgers is deadly in the playoffs. Yeah, man, 5-10 years ago he was. But those days are past. I mean, I hate to make it about age, but this defense is just way too fast, way too aggressive and mean. Houston covers this easily and moves on.
That'll round up the wild card weekend, man. Good slate there, amigo. Good conversation. Hey, man, I enjoyed the 2 hours all week long with you, buddy.
This has been a lot of fun. So next week I get on the road to Tulsa tomorrow morning. So next week I'll be joining you from the courtyard at Tulsa Midtown or some shit like that. So
guess who got flagged for jury duty?
Oh, when? Monday?
February.
Oh man.
I just saw it. Like, I've never served jury duty in my life.
Yeah.
I've never even been called for jury duty. Right.
Yeah.
Kind of excited. Actually, I'm not. I don't want to leave my house.
Especially
I'm gonna try and find a way out of it. What's the best way to get out of jury duty?
It usually all depends on what your seat number is, and you won't know that till you get there. Like the last time that I got actually put on the jury but then got out, I was seat number 5.
Can I use PTSD to get out of jury duty?
You probably can.
Can I?
You might be able to use your.
Oh, I'll pull the card. I don't usually pull the card, but I'll pull the card.
You might be able to use your military status, and then you say PTSD, and they'll be like, "No, sir, please don't show up here."
I don't think you want somebody. I don't think you want somebody with not a sound mind judging people.
I'll tell you the other part though. If you do go, like when you go and you check in, they hand you a crisp $20 bill. You got to go to Georgetown, right?
That's it. That's it right there. I got cops in my family. I got a cop bias.
No, boom, there it is. There it is.
Can't do it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I love everybody, but I got cops in my family. I don't.
They'll say we won't.
They're retired. My uncle Bobby's retired. He was Baltimore police, but
don't matter.
He's retired.
Don't matter. Yeah, they say they hand you that $20 bill. Actually, you can get out of it online. I mean, not get out of it, but you can be deferred online. You just put that in there as reason for not being accessible or whatever they call it. Oh yeah, but if you go, they give you $20, $20 bill.
Deal. That doesn't even cover my gas money.
I went
Doesn't even cover
rolling
my
up.
gas money. All right, man. Hopefully you guys have a great weekend, man. Make sure you guys like the video. Tune in at 2 p.m. for Chip and Zay. They'll be back on it. But up next on the Horn Takes the podcast. The Horn Takes podcast. Thank you. The Horn Takes podcast gives us a way too early Texas baseball preview.
Yeah, don't tune into the Horn, because you turn into the Horn right now. It's going to be Tejano music, which is great. I love it. You get to hear some Ramon Ayala. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like that kind of stuff, but I don't think that's what
the
you
hell
want.
is going on over there.
Man.
All right, man. Great week. Fun week, man. Nothing but love. Thank you guys so much for tuning in to everybody, man. Hopefully we got some more news for you guys in the portal. Look, it's been a mass exodus. Everybody don't have the knee-jerk reaction. It hasn't just been a mass exodus on the 40. It's been a mass exodus all over the nation as all the programs have been losing players. LSU, Ohio State, everybody's over, close to 15 people outgoing with only a weekend to close with the portal. Other news has to be coming in, guys. Don't panic, all right? Keep coming back here and getting more information from Texas Sports Unfiltered.
In the words of Aaron Rodgers.
24/7. Go ahead.
And Aaron Rodgers, relax.
Absolutely. And you know what? The best way to relax is to come back at 2 p.m. and listen to what Chip and Zay have to say about the portal, because we do have more portal news. Until next time, you guys know the drill, man. For Double R, for everybody else at TSU Unfiltered, get the dub, relax, enjoy the ride. Y'all know all the other things that I say, man. We'll see you on Monday.